And when I asked Tom about the project for Frog, I told him that I was really surprised that there hasn't really been any traction built for this short film because at the time I assumed that the whole film surrounded on the character Frog and that there's a bigger picture around him too. And then when you sent me the script, because Tom and you told me as well too, told me it's a much bigger story, but I didn't realize the scale of the story, and that Frog is just a snippet of that story. So quite frankly, when you first had mentioned to me that there's a lot more that's going on, I honestly thought it was kind of like a Pulp Fiction type of effect where Frog's story is here and then interacts with another story that's over there, and they all kind of circle around this one particular character that's the center of the story, but everyone has their time to shine more or less to get their story. And then when you shared the overall picture, then I realized, okay, so now I understand what you're going with here. But the only thing I was actually somewhat confused about, and even when I read the script, I was still trying to picture how it actually plays itself out, because the way that the short film ended, it gives the impression that Frog is going to pursue his dreams. But
Mhm.
then now that Rose is in the picture more consistently, now he's kind of in and out of the picture. So then I'm wondering what happened to his journey, that where he ended up to where he was now. And then you mentioned that you're going to add more elements to the story too, which I didn't get that because you couldn't find at the time. So I know this is kind of going long winded here, but I was really curious about what made you want to focus on Frog's story and get that released in the festival circuit, because I think there was two festivals that, if I recall correctly, that I came across that you had shown the film,
Mhm.
as opposed to some of the other reels that you saw for the Texas Rose reel that definitely had a lot more to the story. But I'm not sure why Frog was a singular focus for you to showcase that in the festival run, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So actually it's funny because doing Frog the short film was a complete accident. And what happened was we were filming the sizzle reel for Texas Rose, which I later decided to call Redbud. And the cinematographer, Mike Osman, he's brilliant and he did all of the lighting for it.
It's great. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we shot the whole thing, I think in one day, the sizzle reel for Redbud. And because the Frog and Maria scene had to be, Maria's house, the back porch of the farm is painted a different color. It's painted pink. And so we decided, oh, we can do a real tight shot and it'll look like it's a different house. And so I remember Mike, he kept looking in the screen and saying, do you like how this looks? And I thought it looked great. And then, no, I want a sliver of blue light on the back of Tom's hat. And I said, okay, and it looked great to me. Well, so we shoot that scene, and it was only a couple of, lines. And then about a week later, Mike Osmond's editing it, and he calls me up and he says, I think the sizzle reel is very good. I do not like the Frog and Maria thing. And he said, Tom and Alex, his co-star, were so brilliant, and the rest of it looks so good. In this one scene, he just like was picking on himself about the lighting. And I thought it looked fine, but he said, I really want to just reshoot it somewhere else. And then he said, I'll do it for free. You don't even have to pay me. And when he said he would do it for free, like, obviously I'm not going to let him do that, but I knew how much it meant to him that he would, and he knew I was going to have to rent the lights and everything else again. But when he said that, I knew that like it was really bothering him. And I didn't want him, even though I was happy with it, I didn't want him to have a project that he would watch it and feel good about his work and then have this one part that just, And so I said, okay, I'll talk to the actors and see if we can reshoot that little snippet. And I knew I could use my friend David Furry's house. So we had a little production meeting, and then Mike Osmond said, well, as long as we're reshooting it, you need a proof of concept for Redbud, Texas Rose anyway. And Frog's story is the only thing that's, concise enough that you could film it as its own short. And he said, why don't we just shoot the whole thing? And I said, okay, that sounds good. And so we decided and it's Frog's flashback scene, you know, in
Right.
the film, different point in his life. But I said, okay. And so we ended up planning and finding child actors to play those
The
roles.
three kids, yeah.
And so really it all was because the cinematographer didn't like the lighting and the shot. And also, I mean, it was problematic because you couldn't get a wide establishing shot,
Right.
or like they're at the same fucking farm. Like what kind of hippie commune are they living in? Like why do they all so it was good, you know, because it was the original footage was just them on the porch. But I remember that day, I knew Tom for years, and he had mentioned that he was an actor, and I hadn't seen anything he was in. And he here's the thing, I knew him for years, and he never said he was an actor. We like both bartend, and we worked downtown. And then one
In
day,
Austin, right?
in
Okay.
Austin.
Okay.
And then one day I was saying something, and then I remember like he said that he was an actor, and I just kind of like didn't think much of it because I was like, oh, okay, yeah, everybody is, right? So then when I was gonna film the sizzle for Redbud, I was like, oh, hey, I can use Tom. He's got a good look, blah, blah, blah. Well, he was at the farm all day, and then we ended up having to switch the filming schedule for the little girl because it was getting too late. And so I asked Tom and Alex, hey, do y'all mind? We're gonna shoot your scene even later. And they were so cool, so patient. I'm like, yeah, no problem. And I talked to Tom and Alex a little bit at the farm and said, okay, here are their backstories. This isn't the first time they've had this argument. And I told them a little bit about the history of the characters, but I didn't really, you know, direct them much. And I remember we get the shot set up and they get ready, and then we say action. And I was just like, oh my God, like, why did Tom not tell me he's this brilliant actor? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I went away, and I remember the cinematographer telling me later, and the sound guy, they were like, he's incredible, you know, and Alex is, you know, great too. But it was crazy because like I had no idea, and I'd known him for years. And then I was, you know, when we shot Frog, um, I kind of did the same thing. I stood back and I didn't, you know, I had a very, because I'd had this script, and Frog actually started out as its own short story about
Mm.
this drunk who has this failed suicide attempt. But when I filmed it, I'd had this story in my mind for like 6 years or something. And I knew exactly how it played out. I knew exactly who moved their body, you know, wherever.
Mhm.
But I had a lot of faith in Tom, and I said, you know, I'm just going to see what he does before I start giving him a lot of direction. And I was just blown away. And I was so glad that I didn't over direct him or be very like precious with my vision, because what he did with that was so much better. You know what I mean? Like I had the words on the page and I had my idea, but his own interpretation brought so much more to it. And I was just really grateful. That, and the thing that I was really happy about is there was a lot of time where he's just living as the character, that there's not a lot of dialogue, right? So
Right.
there were things where like, yeah, there were certain actions that he had to accomplish, right? But he truly authentically lived in it, because I remember in the script, she, you know, throws all his shit in the yard.
Yeah, yeah.
They have their tip. He sits on the porch and he finally decides, okay, I'm not going to knock again. I'm just going to go. And in the script, it says he picks up all his stuff and gets in the
Yeah,
truck.
yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
So he starts picking up his stuff. And I'm behind the camera with Mike Osmond, and we're watching. And I remember it started to drizzle, and he starts picking his stuff up, and he picks up this book and it flaps open, and he throws it in the box. And then he picks up this like shaving kit, but it's unzipped, so all the shit falls out, right? I think at that point, just like, you know what, fuck this, and he throws everything,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
goes. And I was like, oh my God, that's so good, which it didn't say that in the script. He picks
Right.
stuff up, he takes
Yeah.
the stuff, but he didn't, he just was so in it and so authentic that he did what he would have done. He would have, at that point, when all of these objects just aren't cooperating, and he's, fuck it, she can have it. You know what I mean? And it was so cool because he didn't say, well, the script says I get my stuff, I better finish this task. Instead, he did what was real in the moment. And it was brilliant.
Yeah.
It,
I think because I said it before, I said it to Tom and I've said it to many people before, who I've tried to show. I show this movie to a lot of people, and because the one thing about the film, and I'm going to be, I hope you understand where I'm coming from, because at this, I'm not trying to diminish, I'm not trying to mean anyone's, I'm sorry, to be short-sighted and everyone else's involvement here. But what really did something about the movie really was Tom's performance in the film. Yes, the film is shot beautifully because it is. That's one thing. It's one thing I want to get into as well too. But the thing that I said before is Tom's performance. But the other thing that really got me was the music. When
mhm.
for me, the music is one of those things that it could, obviously a lot of things has to work together, but it was Tom's performance and the music, those two things that really got to me. And then when I went back to watch the film again, I started picking up other things about the movie too. In fact, I think it might have been your cinematographer too, who's where I saw the film, because I think he posted on his YouTube account, if I recall correctly. That's where I saw it. And then I found it on your YouTube account. But on his YouTube account, I remember someone put a comment about, I think one guy made a comment, if I recall correctly. And so I'm going to paraphrase it because I remember it's been a while since I've read it, but the comments from this guy was saying that I can't see anything in the car. I don't know what's going on. And then Mike's the cinematographer. Is that right? Is that his name? Okay. So Mike had said, well, the reason why we went for this route, if I recall correctly, and then when I saw the film, I think the seventh or eighth time at that point, I went back to see the film purposely for those reasons, what he commented on, which was that, yeah, we want to give that kind of like that feel that he can't see, like he's like, I think he said, how I'm paraphrasing here, is how he was trying to explain it was, Frog is overshadowed by all this emotions or something to that effect, and he can't see the bigger pictures, more or less, of how I understood it. And then when he attempts to commit suicide, and then when he wakes up, it's a brighter day, and then obviously all of a sudden he sees clarity now, because he has attempted on taking himself out of the equation, and then these kids break the news to him. He's like, holy shit, I'm still alive, therefore I have something to live for. It's kind of the impression that I got. But Tom's performance in that scene, providing all those subtle things where you just can't tell if he's laughing or if he's crying when he realizes it, all that, and then the he's not looking at the camera, he's looking. I mean, just there's so many little details I picked up on that specific scene that really won me over, that I realized that there's a lot more to the story, that you don't get everything, you get enough, but you understand everything, if that makes any sense. And for that film to be able to accomplish that, in my opinion, in that short span amount of time, and at least have for me that emotional impact, among other things, and I've told Tom before last year when I talked to him, is that I've never cried to him, but I've been very, very close. And I'm not sure if I didn't cry because I didn't, because I don't know what Frog is going through, because I don't have that kind of hurdle that I've ever had to overcome. But I understood the fact that I have a passion, and therefore some people may say that's a waste of time. And in this case, his girlfriend was saying, well, I can't be with you because you're not going to do anything to support us here, so you're out. And then
Mhm.
that seclusion, or that exclusion, where he feels that there's no one out there for him other than his passion. But if he can't pursue his passion because his girlfriend doesn't want him to, then there's really no point of living. So I mean, again, I'm going in depth with that because that's how much I've grabbed from that short film, that I felt like if that movie could do that for me in 11 minutes, imagine what it could be done. It could do for a lot of other people in an hour and a half, 2 hours, to really flesh out some of those other details that I felt like I've gotten from that story. So I'm not sure how you felt about putting everything together, because obviously you commented about how Tom's performance really what kind of changed your perception of the character, and your cinematographer giving a certain look of the film. And then, of course, and when we were texting back and forth, you mentioned before that I think you said it was him or the editor. I can't recall who you said exactly off the top of my head, were the ones that were behind the music choices that were added to the film, that added that extra texture to it, that I thought worked very effectively. So after all these years, I think it's what been 2, 3 years since you've had the film released, the festival run, and obviously now on YouTube. I'm not sure if your perception of the film has changed having seen it again, because I don't know if you've gone back and watched it again, or if you've seen it once, you've had that impact from it, and then all of a sudden walked away and then kind of went on with your day. Because I'm actually quite surprised that there hasn't really been enough traction built up for this movie to be able to expand further here. Because I'm not sure if it has something to do with the fact that you were busy, or I think one time you mentioned before that you didn't feel like maybe some people would be interested other than yourself. And I'm not sure if that was the initial reaction, that probably someone that saw it and didn't think much of it, or if they did like it, but you probably didn't feel like it was justified to continue on expanding any further. So I hope you don't mind the long question there, but I really feel like I have to, in order for me to tell you how I felt about it, to get to that question, because that's what it felt like for me, that there was so much I could take away from. But I don't know how you feel about it now since the release, and to where you are with it now here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've always been very happy with it, and
Okay.
it was kind of cool because I hadn't watched it in over a year, and then when I ran into Tom, and then he hooked me up with you, I went back and watched it again, and I am very happy with it. I think with the festival stuff, I think there are things that are kind of like on trend. And I think also a lot of people, maybe when they watch it, they don't understand that the very dark parts were an intentional choice, right? So the cinematographer, the most consistent criticism I get of the film is, oh, I can't see anything, right? And it was like the contrast and everything was calibrated for a movie screen. So like when we watched it in a theater a couple times, you can see more, but it still is very dark. And I
Right.
know um we kind of went back and forth on it, but it was like you said, it was an intentional choice. He was also paying homage. I can't remember the name, but there's some 1970s director that Mike is real big on that
Sam
would do,
Peckinpah.
oh, I wouldn't know, but
Um,
somebody that would do that, and it's on purpose to disorient the audience so that you feel just as confused, right, and just as lost as the character, right? But I think maybe some of the festivals, when they watched it, they didn't understand it was a choice. They maybe thought it was just a mistake or something. But
mm,
I think because there were a few festivals that said don't submit if you have the topic of suicide because it's triggering. So I don't know, you know, but
mm.
yeah, but I am very happy with it. And I take care of my mom. And so whenever COVID hit, which was shortly after the film went to Oaxaca Film Festival, I quit working and I didn't like leave the house. I just took care of her for a year and a half. So I didn't really move forward on anything. I just now went back to work. So
So here's a question, that because this you brought something up that I wasn't aware of here, and I hope you don't mind me asking this question, because I'm because again, I'm not sure if you've seen the show before, but I'm more interested about the person's journey of what led up to the project and the events that occurred after the project here, because I think those are for me personally, those are the more interesting aspect of a person's journey that I think most people tend to overlook, right? About the experiences they've had, in this case for Frog, and then something else occurs along the way that kind of puts a stop to everything. And I understand the circumstance for you was very important, but when you were going through that at that time, that at any point did it ever cross your mind that um I don't know if I'm going to go back to this again, because the fact that there were some hurdles from what I understand you were dealing with here about, don't submit this film into a festival now because it deals with suicide, it's taboo. You're going to get some pushback because of that. But again, the people that had said that, I almost can guarantee probably never saw the movie, because they're just seeing what the subject matter is about, and that's all they're going off of there. Because I can understand they're not going to look at every single film out there and get a better judgment about, okay, so yeah, we understand what you're trying to go for. Okay, sure, yeah, we'll take this into our festival run, so that way we can show it off to the audience, to the people who are in the festival. But when you're dealing with that and then having to go through with the issue with you taking care of your mother, did you have any thoughts of like not going back, or I will go back once things start picking up for me and then I may revisit it, or I've already moved past that, and since I'm not hearing anything from anybody else about it, therefore there's probably no interest for me to continue on in pursuing this here, because I don't know what the general consensus is going to be, because so far from what I've gotten this festival run, this has been my reaction, and I'm not sure if it was a positive or negative thing for you, that you probably didn't fill in as far as what you've also experienced here. But I'm curious to see what was it like for you at that point, because when I sent out when I messaged out to I'm sorry, when I was conversing with Tom, he was like, she's gonna love to hear this here. Honestly, the impression that I got when he said that was that I almost guarantee she probably didn't hear a lot of good things about the short films because of that reaction. I mean, I could be wrong, but that was kind of the impression I got. And then when I talked to you on when we were chatting in texting here, it surprised me that you had the reaction that you did, because I honestly thought that the film was so good that I would think that at some point you feel like, thank you, I appreciate that. But that reaction, that surprising reaction, really kind of caught me by surprise, because I was expecting you to be hearing that all the time, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well, I think so. I got a lot of, like, I've only had positive feedback on it, with the
Okay.
exception it's dark. But I kind of feel like I take everything kind of with a grain of salt, because people don't really have the nerve to like tell you to your face, like, oh, that sucked. So it's like you kind of wonder, but I've gotten consistently good feedback on it. And I feel like even if, so like Redbud is kind of like my passion project. I have about 6 scripts right now, all in various stages, but Redbud is the one that's like near and dear to my heart, right?
Mhm.
And if I'm ever going to give up on it, I don't, I think the only thing like stopping me now is like money. Like no one's handed me a boatload of money to make the film. But yeah, I've always figured eventually it would get made. And I still think it might be something that maybe not a lot of people, I don't think it would be wildly popular with a broad audience, but I kind of don't give a damn. You know what I mean? It's kind of
Mhm.
like, yeah, because you could make changes that would make it where it had broader appeal, but then you would go watch it and be like, this isn't my, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I
I
know what
don't,
you're saying. A niche audience, basically.
yeah. And I saw an interview once with Guillermo del
Yeah.
Toro, right?
Mhm.
And he's saying, just make the movie that you would want to see, right?
Right.
That in your audience will find you. And he said, my audience isn't as big as Spielberg's, right?
Right.
But you still eventually find your people. And I feel like if I just, especially because it's like, I think it would break my heart if I tried to make something that everybody would like. I think I would hate it, right? I would be like, this sucks. So I think like I feel like I'm always gonna keep working on Redbud and hopefully eventually get it made. You know what I mean? And I
Right.
have gotten a lot of negative feedback. I've gotten a lot of positive feedback, but I think even if I did get negative feedback, that I would just be like, okay, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
who cares?
Right.
And well, one thing with Redbud is how Pearl dies and then she stays there and then
Yeah.
everyone just accepts it. Well, a couple of people have been like, well, you need to explain that. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Right. And
Yeah.
they're like, well, how is she dead? Well, so, okay. So I grew up in a multicultural environment, right? And I grew up with the Lopez family up the street, and they believed, or they believe in like ghosts, the lechuza, everything. I mean, I was convinced every time I had to go home at my 9 p.m. curfew that the lechuza was going to get me, right? If you were to tell
Yeah.
the family I grew up with as a kid that you saw a ghost, they wouldn't be like, well, wait, you have to explain it, you know? They would be like, really? What, do you know who it was? What, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
what I mean? And so I think it's a cultural thing that some of the people that I've shown the script to are like, you have to explain how the ghost exists, or why do they believe she's a ghost? And I'm like, they buried her 3 days ago, dummy. And now she's here. Like, what other choice do they have? And that's the thing, is that it's a it's a choice on my part for it to be matter of fact, right?
Mhm.
That in town things happen and that things are just different and things are accepted, right? And I think a lot of people, not a lot of people, but like a few people that I've shown it to are like, wait, why isn't everyone freaked out? But the point is, they're not freaked out because in this town, things happen that maybe don't happen everywhere else. And so that's one of the things that it's like, okay, there might be things about it that people don't like, but I'm like, that's how I want it to be. So to hell with them, right? Like, I don't want to change. If it was something that it was like, hey, there's this plot hole and this is literally impossible, then yes, like I'm capable of hearing criticism and changing things. But on something like that, I'm just like, okay, well, you grew up in an environment where it wasn't commonly accepted that ghosts exist, right?
Hmm.
And I grew up in an environment where we did believe in, you know, stuff that's a little more magical and things like that. So I like it.
Well, so okay, let me. So I was actually curious about that too because with the script that you had sent me, I'll be honest, I did question it too. I didn't question to the point where you have to give a reason, but because in my Hispanic culture as well too, I personally don't believe in that stuff. But I have a lot of family members that do, and that was actually very normal for me to accept it, if you will.
Yeah.
Because when I read the story, or so I read the script, I meant it's kind of like it is what it is for me personally. But there was a part of me that I remember I remember thinking like if someone were to watch this movie right now, they're gonna want to know. They're not gonna care. They're not gonna care to ask about what happened to Frog's story, what happened to who else was in there, Sheriff Johnson. So I mean, everyone kind of gets a bit of a background you can to delve into here, just enough to kind of get an idea who the person is. But they're gonna want to know more about Pearl's story, about how she's still around. And then when you mentioned to me before that, the script that I have right now, like, which I can't find, has more of that backstory about how all that came to be. There was a part of me that I remember thinking, like, I think it's best not to talk to get delve into that here. I mean, I understand that you have to appeal to the audience and you have to give some sort of explanation, but I think usually the best films, in my opinion, are the ones that have no explanation and you just have to accept it. And if you really, really pay attention to it, maybe you may understand their deeper story behind out there. I'm not one for metaphors, to be completely frank with you, but I understand the reasons for that. So that way, whoever's paying attention to the movie can have an understanding, if they really look at it very closely, of what's really going on. And you have to decipher what the overall story is all about, apart what's being told to you as as you being the audience member here. But having to hear that, though, I know you said that you were kind of very, you don't really care for that, and nor do you really care to appeal to the mass audience because you want to make the film you want to make. But if someone were to come to you right now and says, we love the script, but you need to make these changes here in order for us to be able to give you the funding, in order for us to be able to distribute the movie here. And the only way we're going to be able to do that if you make those changes. If not, then sorry, you're right back to square one. If you were to have to deal with that, having to hear those form of criticisms where they're asking you to make those adjustments there, do you feel that you would still hold on to that script and say, "Oh, I'm not going to do it until I find another way of getting the funds for me to get this movie because I know with what I got is very good, so therefore I don't need to add those added elements to be able to explain what's going on here because I think it serves the story better to not have it rather than to have it." So I'm curious to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah. So I think it's all kind of like on a continuum, right? Like, to like, it would depend on what they wanted me to change, right? Like if they wanted me to just over explain the whole Pearl thing, or to, I remember this one person was like, maybe there's a pond nearby and there was a toxic waste spill and blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, that's science fiction, shut up right now. But I think,
Sounds like a trauma film.
yeah, but did you even read my script? But
Yeah.
I feel like depending on where it was on the continuum,
Right.
like, yeah, no one's going to hand you all this money and not have their own input, right? And I get that. But I think, so with my other scripts, if someone wanted to buy them, I'd be like, do whatever you want. But this one, I feel like I don't want somebody else to come in and like bastardize my film, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think if they were like, hey, explain, because what it is with Pearl is she wills herself to stay, right? She wills herself to not cross over. And then in the end, you see that she talks to Rose and wills herself to cross over. She says, I'm done. Like I said, I would stick with you as long as you were still here. But like, this is getting ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She chooses to cross over, right? She's not stuck like the way that a lot of times people say that spirits are stuck because they have unfinished business, right? Or they did something wrong and this is their purgatory and they have to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like La Llorona, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Has to stay until she finds her kids, which of course isn't going to happen. But um but with Pearl, she made the choice to stick around to take care of Rose, right? Because she
Right.
has the line where she says, Rose says, what's going to happen? And she says, I don't know, but I promise I'll stay here until, we figure it out. Well, as it turns out, they don't exactly ever figure it out. And life just goes on and she grows up. And then at some point, Pearl realizes, and I don't know if your version of the script has the scene where they're writing to the governor trying to get um, June pardoned, but
They did mention that. I don't recall them actually going into details
yeah,
about
there's
what they're actually writing in the letter here.
yeah, because there's a scene that I've added where they're actually, Pearl's dictating what she wants Frog to write in the letter, and they're trying to figure out the best way to get June pardoned so she can come back and raise Rose. But yeah, so in the end, Pearl, tells her, hey, it's time for me to go too. And so basically what it is that she wills herself to cross over, right? So it was a choice for her to stay. And even if it's not clear in the beginning, when she leaves, it's a choice for her to leave, right? Because she
Right.
says, hey, I'm cross over now, and then she does it. So she's in control of that. I think if somebody came and said, hey, can you explain it more that she's willing herself to stick around? I could do that. But if somebody's like, hey, can you explain why a ghost exists? Or I have had people say, hey, they should be more freaked out when they see her. But
Yeah, I was
that's
surprised about that too.
so Rose, when Rose sees her, she's in shock. So I hope you had this version of the script, but Rose comes in, she looks over and Pearl's still in the chair, right?
Yeah.
And she looks at her, but she's in a state of just shock.
Yeah.
And so she looks at her and then she sits down on the couch and stares forward. And, you know, Pearl, she just is there. And so Rose stares forward trying to figure out, you know, what the hell just happened because she's only 12, right?
Right. Right.
And then the next scene, she's waking up on the couch and she stands up and she walks, she sees Pearl and she looks at her and she sees the blood on the floor and she goes outside and she doesn't want to come back in. Right. And I don't know if you had this
Yeah.
version of the script, but she's standing outside and she's waiting for someone to come down the road because Uncle Frog is supposed to be there at some point, right?
Right.
Or the come back. She's just thinking somebody's got to come for me. And then at some point, you see her start kind of doing that thing that kids do when they need to use the bathroom, you know?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's in the script. I remember that. Yeah.
So she looks back at the front door of the farm and she ends up peeing behind a bush, right? And so that kind
Yeah.
of shows that she's not quite comfortable with what's going on in the farm, right? And that's why she's chosen on a hot ass Texas day, hey, I'm still going to be outside because I don't know about all that,
Right.
And finally the phone rings and she relents and she goes inside and she tells, it's Frog on the phone. And she says, Pearl's still here. And then presumably on the other end, he's saying, what are you talking about? And she says she didn't leave with her body. And so, you know, And then she says, no, I'm not scared, because Frog asks her,
Yeah,
are you?
yeah.
She says, no, I'm not scared. And then it moves on from there. But I don't like, I feel like in this town, like, I don't think you have the version where they talk about the fireflies.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, so in one of the early scenes with Lily, you see Rose and Lily and they're out, and the farm is lighting up with fireflies, but they're every color. It's not just green, right? They're
Mm.
magenta, they're amber, they're green, they're, blue, purple, everything. And they have a conversation where Lily says, in LA, the fireflies are only green.
Oh wait, I do. That was in the script. Yeah, I do remember it now. Yeah.
Yeah, and they don't believe when I tell them that in Redbud, Texas, like our firefly, because I thought it was weird. I said, you don't have fireflies of other colors. And so they have this whole thing. And so you realize things happen there that people just accept, right? They assume that's how it is everywhere.
Right.
And so that's kind of, and also the thing about Sheriff Jones, he saved the grandma when she was drowning, when
Yeah.
she was,
Right.
and they're like, sense, but there's newspaper clippings that I don't know if that's in your script, but like they pull out this newspaper
Yeah.
clipping and he looks the same, right? He's like some Tommy Lee Jones type person, right? And he looks the damn same, and he's just always been there, but they just accept it, right? And that's the thing, is that
Mm.
in this town, it's just accepted because it's normal. You grow up around it, and so you of course you believe it because you see it, and it's normal there, right? It's not till you
I
move away
see. Interesting.
realize that the things that happen in this town don't really happen in other places. And when you tell people about it, they think, it's just wild or whatever.
Hmm. So okay, so let me ask you about this here real quick, because one thing you mentioned earlier that kind of caught my attention, what I wanted to ask before I forget here, which is that the script of Rosebud is very, you feel the most connected with here. Is that because there's a lot of personal investments that you've taken from, let's say, from experiences in your life that you've infused into the story, where you feel like that no one else should be able to take over this project here without your say so, and that by that I mean directing, producing, whatever the case may be, or is it something that it's because maybe it's your first script and you feel like this is the one that really worked the hardest on. Not that the other ones aren't any good, they are, but this is the one that I felt like is the most personal because I've there's something that I've connected with the story that I personally feel like no one else can tell it better than myself.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, it was my first script that I wrote a stage play that got produced, but it was just a one act thing. But this is my first like screenplay that I've
Mhm.
written. And I feel like I've just lived with the characters for so long that I have a very clear idea of how they should be. I wouldn't be too precious about directing it though, because I know, like, I'm a much better writer than director. So I
Well,
think,
I beg to differ because I think with what I've seen in the reel so far, including the short film, I believe you've done a really good job in directing.
thank you. I appreciate that. I am happy with how things turned out, but I think like I have a lot to learn still. And I think that if a director came in and had their own spin on it, I would be open to that, because I let Tom loose and I benefited from it, right? Like the
Mhm.
fact bring his own vision, all it did was enhance and make it better, right? So I think if the right, I think the only thing I would be precious about is the writing. Like, okay, if you want to change something, fine, but I'm writing the rewrites. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, want this to happen, okay, but I'm writing it, and you can tell me to rewrite it 1,000 times, but you know what I mean? So like,
Mhm.
I some creative control, but I also know that to get things made, you have to um compromise. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it's good because with Mike Osmond, the cinematographer and editor, I had a very clear, like, okay, I remember when we were writing the storyboards, I was like, okay, this is because I've envisioned it in my head for forever. It's this kind of shot here, this kind of shot there. But I don't know much about cinematography, right? And
Mhm.
luckily, he's taken me under his wing, and he's, taken the time to mentor me and teach me about things. But because I wasn't too precious with it, and I said, okay, what do you think we should do? There were so many brilliant things I wouldn't have thought of because I just don't have the knowledge, right? Like when in the Redbud Sizzle, when June's packing the suitcase, I had thought, okay, it's going to be a medium shot, and you see a lady packing a suitcase. He said, let's do a slider shot where we're behind her and you can see, the back of her head, and you see her moving, and something's happening and it's frantic. But then as it pans over, it reveals the suitcase, right? And so it's like telling the story that you get the emotion first of, okay, something's going on, and it's frantic energy, right?
Mhm.
Then and it only, is a couple of seconds, but then it unfolds, oh, this is what's happening. Another thing he did that was brilliant was when June realizes Jesse's leaving and she runs out to the fence. We did a push shot, right? So we had the camera on a track, and as she's running to the fence, the camera's also pushing towards her. And the reason that he did that is because there's a sense of urgency that she's running towards the camera. But if the camera's also going towards her, somehow she's getting closer faster than makes sense for her legs moving, right?
Mhm.
Because not just this is stationary and she's coming towards it, right? It's also pushing it, and it gives a higher sense of urgency,
Yeah.
right? I didn't know any of that. I'm not a cinematographer, but he taught me about that. And so I think like there's a lot to be said. If you have talented people, there's a lot to be said for standing back and letting them do what they're good at, right?
But I hope you don't mind me interrupting, but
No, go ahead.
I guess I do understand, and I actually do respect the of what you're saying. I really do, but this is just me, and understand that this is not me having. I'm sure my opinion in this particular case may or may not have an effect here, but quite frankly, even though what you just revealed about what you've learned and the suggestions that were provided to you about how to go about in shooting the scenes here to have a much more impactful effect on whoever's watching the movie, but there's still a part of me, honestly, that I really do believe that from what you have learned there and the things you still can learn moving forward from there, I honestly can't imagine anyone else really taking over that project in directing here. I understand that this is more or less your first attempt here, but considering with what you've been able to do, and what most cases, I would not say that all directors are like this, but most cases that some directors would probably not consider doing, and let the other person make some suggestions to help make the project be better.
Mhm.
Make the project look really really good. The fact that you have done that while you're still more or less captaining the ship, if you will, I still think that you would be the best candidate to direct a project into a feature film because, quite frankly, even when I was reading the script, the imagery that I've already gotten from Frog and then watching um, the Rosebud reels, I can't imagine it any other way because I think that even if you were, let's say, if you had an opportunity where you had more money, a pretty good schedule as far as what the shooting time is concerned, and then the funds for the post production as well too, with having to add all those additional elements, music and whatever else the case may be. From what you've experienced and shooting the reels and the short film for Frog, that vision that I picked out, that I've gotten from from those reels, I can't imagine anyone else taking over that and then completely changed the aesthetics, completely changed the look of the film because I thought it worked so well for the movie. Yes, the performances do help out. I'm not denying that, but the look of the film for me has a certain quality that I think that if you hadn't taken the chance on you taking and taking those suggestions there, and then for you to add that to your as part of your repertoire to be able to, now that I know how to do this here, but I want to try this approach. But now that we're going feature length here, here's my ideas on how I want to go about. What would you suggest that I do if I want to go down this route? Because we have the funds for this amount of time, and we should be able to have everyone available by this time. If we were to get the shots like by and for us to do it like this, what would be the best suggestion? I'm all ears. Shoot. I think you have the best ability to be able to do that here because, again, that's just my opinion on the matter there. But if you give it to someone else's, give it the job to someone else to direct here, I'm not saying it's not going to work. I think it could work very well, but the fact that this is your baby, I would prefer to see you directing because I think you have the better vision for the story because I think you are the closest to it. Therefore, you are the best person to guide the ship, if you will. I know it's kind of long for me to say this here, but that's how I perceive for me to you for me to tell you how I think the project should be handled here with you in charge of it in that respect there.
I appreciate that. Like,
Mm.
thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And
Yeah, you're welcome.
I think that you do make a good point about the vision because I feel like it's a mixture. So the farm where we filmed is my godmother's farm.
Okay.
And as a kid, I would go out there growing up.
It's
So
beautiful right there too, from the shots you guys got.
yeah, and I remember feeling the magic. I grew up in the city, but feeling the magic of being out there and just such an appreciation for Texas and this other rural type thing. And I feel like you do make a good point in that growing up with the Lopez family and having that influence, and then going out to the farm and having that influence, eh, I bring so much of like my own childhood and
Mhm.
my own, like coming of age to it that I think it would be hard for somebody else. I just have such a clear vision on it,
Right.
right? That I think if somebody else came to it, that you're probably right, it would be. And I guess the only reason like kind of doubt about the directing is one is that I have limited experience. And the other thing is I guess I just don't think anyone's gonna hand a bartender a boatload of cash to make a movie. You know what I mean? I'm kind of like,
I understand. I really do. But I'm a very strong proponent for the underdogs in this case here,
mhm,
because you do have a really good story, and I really do mean that. I believe you have a very strong story, um, but because you've already had so much time invested with what you've been able to showcase here, but not only that too, with the people you have worked with as well too. Because here's the thing, I understand that because I've talked to enough people to understand this here that the industry is a very fickle thing. We love your story, but we're not going to have you act in it because no one knows who you are. We're not going to have you direct because no one knows who you are. But I have a reel, yeah, but it looks great, but you have no name value, so therefore we can't have you direct the story because there's no incentive for us to give you the funds because if we try to get more investors involved, they're first going to ask who's directing it, who's in the movie, and so on and so forth. I understand that aspect of the business. I really do. But, because I understand that if you pursue it by the time, let's say, hypothetically, you get to the point where you're able to get the funds, but it's taken 15 years to do that, the ideas you've had may not be able to, you may be able to accomplish it, but so much has changed now that maybe your perception may change a little bit that with what you currently have right now, as far as the vision of the story is concerned, I think while the iron's still hot, that's the time I would suggest for people to try it despite how long it may take. Because Francis Ford Coppola, who's famous for directing the Godfather trilogy, is now finally going to make the film that he's been wanting to make for such a long time, for decades. It's called Megalopolis. He's been trying to get this movie made since like the 70s and 60s, if I recall correctly. And he's now being able to shoot this film later this year. But it took decades to get to that point. But a lot of it does have to do with the fact that it is kind of more or less kind of like a futuristic film with a Romanesque story behind it as well too. So it's kind of a timeless story, but the special effects now are up to par where he's able to tell the story to the full realization that he had. But for some reason with this movie, I feel like if you hold on it for too long, that something may change along the way that with what you initially had envisioned for the story could change, not for the better or not for the worse, just that it could change to the point where we could have gotten the version that I think would have best fit telling the story. Because by the time if you get to that point where I've already my time has passed for me to want to take on this project here, I've got other things to be doing. I'm going to give it to somebody else, or maybe the story would have turned out just as well, maybe better. Who knows? But I think that with what you're trying to go for right now, it's best for you to do it. As I said before, I don't mean to repeat myself here, but if you stick with it, I think the real story that I think what people will take away from here, I hope that people take away from is that you stuck with it and you went
mhm.
through the trial and error and you fought through it and you've been able to tell the story. And I really hope with this, what happens that they say I'm glad you did because what we got is one of the best things we've ever seen in quite some time, and it will change everything. I truly do believe that. That's why I'm a very strong proponent of this film because I tell everybody you have to watch this short film. This movie is unbelievably good, and I'm telling you guys, it's very, very good. I understand it's a fickle thing. I don't care. Because I hope eventually the word would catch on that people will say, this guy keeps talking about this fucking movie so much. Oh, let me check it out one day. And then that one person happens to catch it. That's a really good film. Let's reach out to Patricia now. That's what I hope would happen. I hope enough of me being annoying enough to enough people that people will catch on that it will be coming out. And not that I have that power, but I'm hoping that would be the case here. But I guess what I'm trying to imply here was that to get your perspective is that you shared with me before when we were texting back and forth that you really didn't think many people would be interested in checking out your story, but hearing the word of mouth you've gotten before during the festival run and sharing with other people, and then having not seen it over a year, and then Tom bringing it back to you, but hey, this guy Rob wants to talk to you, and about this project here, has your perception changed a little bit now as a result of someone such as myself showing interest in the project and really championing for it? Because I would think that something has changed along the way that you probably didn't notice before, that you've noticed now for yourself, that you realize, okay, you know what, maybe I can actually go through with it here.
Yeah, it definitely did. In fact, I called up Mike Osmond and I said, "You're never gonna believe this. Somebody on the East Coast saw Frog and wants to talk to me." And so we actually had a production meeting last week about another short film that we're gonna do. But it was cool because I've had consistently good feedback, but it's like been all from people who know me, right? And so to have somebody like you who doesn't know me and you're a film person, right?
Mhm,
You see a ton of films, right? And
mhm,
you went way to reach out. That really made me feel like, okay, maybe I can do this because somebody who's never met me. It's one thing people to your face, of course, are going to be like, "Oh, that was really good," and you don't know because
mhm.
people aren't going to be fucking rude, or at least not here in Austin. We're so nice, but I don't know. I mean, maybe you're off, but like down here, like everyone, there's a certain,
Yeah.
decorum or whatever. Like you have to be, polite, keep it to yourself. So you kind of wonder. But what Oaxaca Film Festival, a lot of people came up to me and were like, "Hey, I saw your film," and even like days later, and I was so dumbfounded because people would be like, "Hey, you had that film Frog," and I was like, "Yeah," and then they would get, so I did get random good feedback there, and it was really good. But I feel like I was just kind of like a deer in headlights because like it feels good, but you never know how to react. I remember when we showed Frog here in Austin, I rented out this theater, and then over 200 people decided to come. And I couldn't believe it. And I had rented a theater for 150, but they had a bigger theater. And I had to call them that day and say, "Can we switch to the other one? Is it?" And I couldn't believe like how many people showed up. And then I remember when I had to go, they were like, "Get up and say something." And I was like, "Hell no, are you crazy?" And so then I had to go up and be like, "Thank y'all for coming." They were all clapping and it feels good, but like you don't know what to do. But then even when I went home, it was like, okay, everybody there was either one of my friends or they
Mhm,
were attached to one of the actors or one of the crew. You know what I mean? So you
mhm,
kind of it with a grain of salt. And it wasn't until Oaxaca Film Festival that random people that they had seen a whole lineup of films. They didn't have to come track me down. It's not like when I showed it here in Austin, it was literally just these two things. But in Oaxaca, like they didn't have to go out of their way. So that was kind of like my first clue that maybe I had something that was cool. And then when you reached out to me, I went back and I reread Redbud and I watched Frog again. And I was like, I don't know, it kind of reinvigorated me. And like I said, I talked to Mike Osmond, who I didn't talk to in a year, and we're going to film something, another short. And sometimes I'm like, I need to just save up my tips and film one scene and then work for another month and then film another scene. But I'm like, the actors are going to age and change. Like, you can't film a movie like that.
Mhm.
But when I reread Redbud, I was just like, man, there's so much stuff that I just want to go film. And it would only take a day. And I could, if I did this and this, I could,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
free tickets. So there's that. If I hit the Texas lottery, I'll make my film.
I hope
but
you do.
but yeah, I don't know, but it did, like, it was cool because I remember Tom, I was bartending downtown and he popped up. And it's funny that you say like he's hard to find. He is, and he
Yeah.
changed his phone number. And I remember I wanted him for a little horror short film that I was gonna do. And I was like, oh, let me call Tom. Well, it wasn't the same number. So I was like, oh, I'll just reach out to him on social media. Well, he didn't have any social media. And I was just like, how do you find this man? He's so elusive.
Yeah.
But I was bartending downtown a couple weeks ago and he popped up and he's like, hey, I've been meaning to get in touch with you. There's this guy and he told me about you.
Yeah.
And it knocked me over with a feather. I was just like, what? And it was so cool, but it was like it kind of, taking care of my mom, I haven't really done much. I've been real focused on that. But then it kind of woke something up in me again. And I was like, you know what? I need to do this. It made me real happy.
Okay. So here's the thing. I want to get your perspective on something here real quick because, and I hope you don't mind me jumping into this here because, I've because I do review for films as well too. Because with the channel that I work with, Nerds Rule the World, I've been fortunate enough to check out a lot of films and shows and whatnot. Some are really amazing, some are okay, but I find something interesting that I can connect with, that I can walk away with, say, I like this, didn't like this, but I saw what they're going for, and I appreciate what they're going for here. But my perspective on critique has changed a great deal ever since I've been talking to a lot of people in the industry, actors, writers, directors, everybody, because the journey of what they go through to make a film, and then you find out that they worked really hard and the film doesn't turn out as well for a variety of different reasons. But I'm really curious for your perspective right now, because I believe in this case we're talking about Rosebud here, that you have a really good story, a very strong script, a very good idea that, if done with the proper resources, the proper funding, and the right amount of time to shoot the film, that you can get a really good movie out of here. But the thing that I think about with you now, as you're telling me this here, about the reaction you've got from more or less friends and family, and then from strangers such as myself and a few other people in the festival run. If all were to go well, and you make the movie that you want to make, and it turn out beautiful and turn out fantastic, I'm curious about how you would prepare yourself if it were to come to the point where, I don't want this to happen, but I want to hear your honest answer about this here. If they come out and say, I didn't like the movie, I saw what you're going for, I like what you're trying to go for, but I didn't like the film, and if that turned out to be more or less a general consensus, how do you think you would handle that for yourself, despite me championing that you got to make this movie? Because what I'm afraid of here, and I'm not saying this the case, but because I've had experiences where I said, you got to watch this movie, and I shared so many films, and people are like, yeah, it was just all right. Like, you fucking serious? This movie's amazing. Don't you notice about this? And you heard a story about what they had to go through. Man. Yeah, and most people don't really care. They only care about what's in front, and I understand why. And it's a fair thing to look at. But I'm not I'm more about what led up to the journey, and then what we got in the final cut, and then the events that occur after the fact. I want the overall story. That to me is the most interesting part. But if you have someone who watches a film, and everything works out accordingly for you, but then you get a response back, it was just okay. It wasn't very good. How do you think you would handle that for yourself, knowing all the hard work and the people that champion behind this movie, that told you this is a good film, but then the rest of the world is saying, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would sting, but I think ultimately I'd kind of be like, well, two tears in a bucket, fuck it, like what,
I love that.
like, I don't know. There are movies that I'm not wild about that have done really well. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I feel like I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I think if somebody that I really knew didn't like it, that would bother me. But if the general public didn't like it, I still got my movie made. You know what I mean? I'll sit at
Right.
home. I don't think I would. I'm not saying it wouldn't hurt. I think it would hurt. And I think that specific criticisms would bother me the way that the specific criticism that that one man told me about, oh, you got to explain the ghost, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, shut up. I think little things like that of people not understanding what I'm trying to do would kind of get at me, but I wouldn't care like that that everyone liked it, because I feel like some of the best films maybe not everyone likes, right?
Yeah.
And I like to appeal to the general public, you have to check off so many boxes, right?
Well, even if you do that, even if you check off all those boxes, sometimes those are some of the worst films that most people don't even like to begin with here. So it's a thing. It's a very fickle thing. You just don't know. Like I was talking with someone recently here, where when the thing came out, not many people saw it in theaters and it was ridiculed by critics. And then years down the line, it became like a masterpiece because people who saw it on TV that this movie's amazing. It got special DVD and whatnot. And it's being be released in theaters later this next summer, or sorry, next month here. So you just don't know how things will turn out. But I think what I'm mostly, and I hope it doesn't come up the wrong way, because I'm trying to be very cognizant how I say this here. But what I'm most concerned about here is that, you know, I understand that people follow through with a passion, but it is a lot of, you have to be, it has to be well received in terms of critiques are concerned, and also box office as well too. But if it doesn't meet neither one of those requirements for you to be able to continue on, okay, this movie did very well, wasn't well received, but it made a lot of money. We're going to give you more money to do X, Y, and Z now. But maybe you should probably stick with this because this movie didn't do very well. So you have an idea for this instead. Maybe you can work around that. Make those adjustments. But I'm because you're at that part of your career right now that I've always want to see someone from the ground up work the way through, and I hope that it turns out to be hugely successful. And I'm not talking about fame and glory. I don't really care about that. I'm really more talking about opportunities that you made one great movie. Now that film turned out very well. Now you can make another great film, bigger and better, if you will. That's what I'm looking at here for yourself. But to see that from the very beginning stages is what I want to follow through from the very beginning for yourself. But there's a part of me that's concerned. And again, I hope you don't take it the wrong when I say this, is that what happens if it doesn't work out? How would you react to that? Because I've heard plenty of stories where people, it just messes with them. I wasn't doing it for fame and glory, but when I got ridiculed by critics, they didn't get the film. It messed with me for the rest of my life because I had this perception about how I looked at the industry. Now it's completely tainted because of what I've gone through. Not saying that's the case here with you, but it does cross my mind. Like, if it doesn't turn out well, what could happen? I hope you understand my position on that here, but do you understand where I'm coming from with that here for yourself about how I'm looking at it for you?
And I think I get how that it does really like hurt people or whatever, but
Mhm.
I feel like if Redbud got funded and I got to make the film I wanted to make, that even if it wasn't well received, I would just be so freaking happy that like I got to make my film the way I wanted.
Mhm.
That like, yeah, it would suck to hear criticism, but I'd be so fucking happy that I actually shot my film and I could watch it, that I wouldn't, not that I wouldn't care, but I'd still be happy that I made it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Okay.
what I think would be worse than if it was like not received well? I think the worst thing is, what if somebody came in and said, "Oh, but you have to change this, you have to change that." And you did, and you like changed so many things. And then you sit in a theater and you watch it and everyone loves it. And it's not the film that you wrote, and it's not the
Mhm.
film you make. I think that would break my heart more. It would break my heart more to have people love the wrong version of Redbud than it would hurt to have them hate the right version. As long as I get to make like what my vision is, I think I would be psyched about that. And that, you know, because I think if you you could sit there and they could all be going crazy and think great, right? And then you would just sit there and think, but what if they saw the real film, right?
Mhm.
What if they saw what it was really supposed to be? And I think that would eat at me. I think that would kill me. I think that would be worse.
Yeah,
That
I
and
should.
it also the other thing is I've always kind of been like, if they don't like it, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like I've never, and I'm not saying it wouldn't hurt. I think it
Right,
would
right.
hurt. It would like destroy me. I don't think I'd get all emo and shit, you know? Like I wouldn't be all weird about it. I would be like, okay, well, because here's the thing. When I have had criticism, I haven't felt like I don't internalize it like, oh, I suck. I'm just like, okay, they don't get it. Right. Like when
Mhm.
it was like harping on me about the ghost, I know I keep coming back to that, but that was like the one criticism that I was like, ugh. But I didn't think that it was bad. I didn't think my idea was bad. I still stand by my idea. I just
Yeah.
think he doesn't get it. Right. I'm just like, oh, he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. I don't see it as like a shortcoming on my end. I see it as a shortcoming on his end that he doesn't get it. Right.
Right.
Which
Well, well,
thing,
here's the thing about I'm not sure if you've ever met any sort of because the thing about with Red Bus that I okay, I'm trying to really see how I can do this here. One of my biggest lessons that I've learned from this year is that the climate has changed a great deal when it comes to filmmaking. Anyone can make a movie now, and it's becoming more acceptable for people of different backgrounds, religious backgrounds, sexualities, uh, you know, cultural backgrounds, whatever the case may be. I'm wondering if at any point when you were presenting these scripts, your script for Redbud, when you say this is a good idea, this guy or this person may like the idea, have you ever met any sort of resistance that this is a good idea, but you want to direct the movie and it had a perception because you are a woman that maybe you probably weren't the best person for the job? Any sort of resistance, any pushback in that respect for yourself?
I've never gotten that, but to tell the truth, only 3 people have read my script.
Okay.
Like, it was that one man, and he's like nobody. He doesn't like
Okay.
it wasn't pitching to him. He wasn't anybody that was gonna fund my project.
I
He was someone
gotcha.
in the industry, and he writes as well. And so I was like, "Oh, yeah," until we started talking about writing, and then, you know, he was like, "Let me see your script." And then after that, I was like, "I'm not showing anybody. Like, fuck these
Mm,
motherfuckers. I am not sharing this. I didn't, But so I guess a few people have read it. Like my best friend read it. My best friend, she's so funny. She's like, "So Rose is dead, right?" And I was like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, she's dead the whole time, right?" And I was like, "No." And she's like, "Yeah, because when they're telling her to leave the town, it's a metaphor for her to cross over," which I thought was very interesting. But I was like, "That's really cool." But no, Rose was not dead. But so Tom's read the whole script because I wanted him to see like the other frog scenes. Especially, I really like the one where Carl's hanging in the tree and you don't know
yeah.
what it. And then the part where the sheriff, he's real matter of fact about it, right? Because he's been taking care of the town forever and he has, he's okay with doing things that way. And I can just imagine Tom in his old ass truck and he's not quite sure about what they did. And the
He's
sheriff,
vomiting.
and he, Frog puts the ladder in and he starts his truck, but then he just looks in the side mirror and he can see the body and he just takes a long time and then he finally puts it in gear and goes, things like that I'm real excited about. But so yeah, so I sent the script to you and Tom's read it and then my best friends read it and that one man read it. But
Oh,
other
really? So it's a really small circle of people that have read it.
and so like when you're saying like it
Interesting.
hasn't that these things haven't gotten traction, with the exception of submitting to festivals, I really haven't pitched it to anybody.
Interesting.
Pride is the thing, is that it's like
So it's
I
because
haven't
of you then, right? No, sure.
I haven't gotten a lot of like pushback or things like that, like you said about being a female director, because I really haven't said like submitted the script anywhere or tried to pitch it to anybody.
Right.
Because I think I was on that road and I made, the proof of concept, which was the frog short film. And then I made the sizzle first. And those were, intended to be stepping stones, right? And then I got busy taking care of my mom during COVID. And so everything just kind of came to a halt.
I see. So here's what I wanted to go back into with you about the what was the idea that started it here for you in writing Rosebud here, because when I'm watching the reels that you have available on your channel, watching you talk, the way how you conduct yourself, I see a lot of that in Rose as well too. So I feel like a lot of it is you in that role, if that makes, or in that character, I meant to say, in that, from what I gathered here. Even now when I'm thinking about it, when I read the script, I'm thinking like I can kind of picture that a lot of these similar personalities that I see in Rose stems from you. I'm not to a T, I would imagine, but certain
Yeah.
traits of your character, of your own personal character, that you've infused into Rose there. But was a lot of it coming off of like how you look at yourself, and then maybe decide how you see yourself in a situation of that sort, or did it come more organic where you thought of Rose, and later on as you started writing the story out, that it you kind of by default maybe infuse your own personality into the story because you saw from maybe your perspective and how you would handle that in that situation there. So I'm really curious to see how that all began for you, because for for a first script that you have mentioned that this was being the first one for you, I'm really quite impressed that being your first script. You wrote a really good story here. So I'm wondering where it all began for you to get all that started.
First of all, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Yeah, so it started out that it was this kind of short story about this girl who would always run out to the road to throw the rock at the
Yeah.
truck. And I do see a lot of myself in Rose. I am very well behaved. I would never throw a rock at a truck, let alone day after day after day. But the way that I kind of identify with Rose is that she knows everyone thinks she's crazy, right? Like, but she doesn't give a damn, right? Like, and I think that's how I identify with her, is that even though I'm not going to do something outlandish like that, right? But I kind of have that same air about me of, okay, I'm going to do things the way I want to do them, and to hell with, whether or not people like it. I'm not going to do something that's offensive to people, right? But what I mean is, like, I'll follow my own path, whether or not other people understand it, which I think is one of the beautiful things about Rose is, unfortunately it holds her back because some of the things that she chooses aren't healthy for her.
Right.
Like just on the farm, right? She's a chicken shit. She doesn't know what else is out there, and she doesn't go figure it out, right? She's
Mhm.
just, and the thing about it is, as bizarre as it is to be raised by a ghost and to not have physical adult figures around 24/7 when you're young, to her that's normal, right? And
Mhm.
that is her safe space because it's familiar, right? So to where for the rest of us that would be really bizarre, but for her, because that's what she grew up around and that's all she's known, that's her safe space. And so that's why she stays there, because it's familiar, right?
Right.
And I think that, I do identify with the pining over a guy. I've done that. It's stupid. And just the kind of following your own path, even though sometimes it can be your Achilles heel, right? In a way, it's
Mhm.
good. Don't let other people tell you what to do. But also, it's also not good because sometimes you can go too far down the wrong path because you're just kind of like, well, this is what I'm doing, which is kind of what she does until finally, you know,
She's
she gets
forced, yeah,
the lead.
to step out of it. Yeah. Do you do when you first started writing the script, um, you've heard countless stories of a lot of writers who are first starting, that they start one script, probably didn't finish it, then they start another script, probably didn't finish it, but then slowly but surely got to the point where they got to finally finish the script. But when you first started writing the script for Rosebud, did you have that kind of a process where you were writing it, then you stop, because again, one of the most common things that every writer or screenwriter goes through is that actually Sylvester Stallone has said it, writing is a very lonely process. It's very, very isolating. it could it can make you, it can break you, but you have to be able to know what it is you want to accomplish for you to be able to get the job done. And sometimes the most difficult thing to do is to finish the script. Once you get that done, then you have to go back and revisit it and say what worked and what didn't work, and then revise it all over again. And by that point, you've already developed the endurance to be able to continue on and doing that again to the point where it's second nature for you. But for yourself in the beginning, was it kind of like that where you're just like, oh, this is fucking too long, or I love it, I'm going to go through all the way through until I can get it finished? Because I'm curious to see what that process was like for yourself and what may have changed along the way if you had to go through those hurdles for yourself.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird because whenever I write anything, it's more like I either see it or I hear it in my head,
Mhm.
and then I write it down. But I'm never very intentional about my writing. Like I never sit down and say, okay, I'm going to write something. Let me figure out what, the conflict has to be and what will the climate. Like I never do that. It's just like these scenes start coming to me, and then I have to write them down. The problem with that is because I'm not intentional, when that stuff's not coming to me, I'm just like stuck. You know what I mean? And that's
Okay.
sit down and be like, because I know I need to probably add 20 pages to Redbud. To hell if I can sit down and do it, right? And I forced myself before and it was trash. It was just trash. And I was just like, okay, great. I wrote these two scenes and they're shit. And now I'm taking them out because I hate them. But it's been a years long process, probably 6 years by now. But when that thing does turn on and I start seeing scenes, or like right now talking to you
Mhm.
and talking about characters, then I start to get other ideas like, oh, what if we explored this or what if we did that? But I've never been good at like sitting down and like writing something. But let me tell you, so I wrote a 2-act play. I took my mom to Ireland to see like where her dad grew up. And the night before we were going to come home, we were near the airport in a hotel, and we had to travel for 24 hours the next day. That's how long it was going to take.
Mhm.
And so it was going to be kind of a big ordeal. And I remember I started seeing this kind of scene about, I used to work in this like country dance hall nightclub,
Okay.
and it was crazy. And I remember like I was laying there and I started seeing this scene in my head and thinking of how it would play out like on a stage. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. And then it kept playing over and over. And I was like, oh, hell, here we go. And I was like, not right now. I need to fly for 24 hours tomorrow. And I remember laying in the bed in the hotel thinking, okay, if I go to sleep now, I can still get 6 hours and 12 minutes of sleep. And then it was like, okay, if I go to sleep now, I can get 5 hours and 40 minutes, and it was just one of those things. So finally, I said, okay, I'm going to just get up and write this scene down, because they say if you write it down, then like your brain will stop, right? Well, that's bullshit, because I started writing and I wrote an entire 2-act play, start to finish, and the alarm was going off. And it was time to go travel for 24 hours with my mom. And it was just like, oh my God. But it's like, but I also thought about it and I was like, okay, if my muse is finally taking pity on me and speaking to me again, I better listen and write it down. But that's kind of like my process, which is kind of like not even a process. It's just like the ideas flood in and then I have to write them down. But it sucks because then it's like when you do know that you need to write more to flesh something out, you can't like will yourself to do it. Or you do and then it's shitty.
What do you trust that you could give? Okay, so for example, because I will admit though, when I read the script for Rosebuds, that I remember thinking there's a lot more to be fleshed out. But here's the thing, I honestly thought that from for example, let's talk about Frog here. The segment that we get in the script with with Frog's backstory, it's pretty. it's beat for beat about, Frog does this happens, and and it's pretty just straightforward. But when you saw the short film, it's a lot more fleshed out. There's a lot more to the story. So I honestly thought at one point when I read the script that it's like you had it already envisioned in your head, because when you explain it to me, it kind of made more sense to me now. So now I think I have a better understanding with what you meant by this here, because how I envision it now, hearing you say that, you wrote the script and it's beat for beat, straightforward stuff. But then once you have it actually fully fleshed out, all the gaps are starting to be filled in now, where you can understand the emotional aspect that Frog's going through, and his girlfriend saying, "I don't believe in you," and then seeing her reaction when she reads the part of the note where it says, "When the train it passes through at 5 in the morning, you'll know that I love you." Like those little subtle things that you don't get in the script, but you get in the performances. Because I imagine now that you say this, that that's the direction you're going to give the actors. Okay, so when they do this, or when you read this line, this is the reaction I need you to give. So whatever you got to do to get to that point, do that. But I'm also wondering too, hearing you say that, if you can't expand on certain things and you're struggling with it here, but it needs to be expanded further, would you be comfortable enough to say, let me give it somebody else who I can trust that could help fill in those gaps to expand those other areas that could help flesh out the story a little bit further in the script? Do you have that set of confidence in yourself to know that you could do that, to give it to somebody that will be able to do that, and sticking with your vision, but doing something to justify and do the story justice on those little areas that probably need to be more fleshed out in?
Yeah. In fact, when you said that, that reminded me there is somebody else who's read the script. My friend Bo Harris, who's a local actor, and he also does like camera work. He does like everything, crew,
Mhm.
act, and he's brilliant. And I had him read the script, and he gave me some feedback that I took, and he said to add the more elements of magical realism.
Mhm.
So um that helped me to, because he was like, okay, it's not long enough, here are the things. But the cool thing was, he wasn't saying you should do this, they should do that. He just said, hey, maybe think about these topics and explore more. And to you understand that it's magical realism, but maybe add just a few more clues for the audience so they get it too.
Mhm.
And so he was one of the people that gave me good feedback, and it helped me through talking to him to kind of think about. And I have a friend named Maverick, and I've talked to him. He hasn't read the script, but I've talked to him about the characters. And when we get together, I feel like, because he's a real creative person, that like the ideas start going, and then I start thinking, oh, what if they this, what if they that. One criticism that I did accept and take out was, originally Roscoe the dog dies, and that's why she leaves. Like Pearl crosses over, and then there's a scene where she's like, "It's just you and me now, Roscoe." But he ends up, like, she goes over and like she can't find him. She's calling him, and she finds him dead under a tree, and it starts storming, and it's like a Texas thunderstorm. Which I don't know if you've been in a Texas thunderstorm, but
No.
they're. And there's a scene, and the dog, it's not a small breed dog. And there's a scene where she's crying and she's carrying her big ass dog, and it's dead, right?
Yeah.
And he buries Roscoe, and that's when she leaves, because she doesn't have shit else, right? Like, she's lost everything. Um, Nobody liked for Roscoe to die. And everybody thought the scene was too much of her burying the dog in the rain. They were
Uh,
like, hey, this is too crazy.
Pearl
So
getting shot in front of a child wasn't impactful enough, but the dog dying is. So
yeah.
I find that
Yeah.
very interesting. Yeah.
So what I did was I changed it to where Roscoe was the one thing she has left, but she sees, because he's arthritic, she calls him, I don't know if you remember, but in the last scene, I don't know if not the last scene, but one of the final scenes, she's like, it's just you and me now, Roscoe. And he gets up to come over to her, but he's arthritic, and he's,
Mhm.
realizes, I'm going to lose him too. And she wants to leave the farm on her own terms. She doesn't want it to get to the point that Roscoe dies and now she has nothing, right? She wants to leave while she still has something left. That way it was her choice. She wasn't just, pushed out by everything leaving. So I changed it so that Roscoe's alive. And there's not this crazy scene of her burying him, but she leaves because she wants to leave while she still has something left.
When you hear this, when you're sharing this with somebody here, are you selective? Because here's the thing, I'm really honored that you've given me an opportunity to read the script, but I kind of get the impression too that you're also very selective about who you would share it with, for I'm sure for a number of different reasons. But when you share these ideas and you share the script to somebody, because I mean you don't know me, but I'm wondering if you have the confidence that because he saw the short film and loves it and so on, that I think he'll get the story. Therefore, I'm
Mhm.
going to share the script.
Because when you saw it in the feedback that you gave me, it wasn't just that you were complimentary, but it was like, hey, he gets what I'm doing.
Mhm.
The other, I did go and watch your show, right? And when I watched your show, I realized that you're very thoughtful and you're very considerate of how much work it takes to make a film,
Mhm.
right? And so you don't like blow smoke up someone's ass, right? Like you're not full of shit, but you do have a lot of respect for the process and you're a film person yourself. So you get it. You're not just going to be an armchair expert that's like, oh, that sucks. That sucks. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you get it. And also because you like to watch independent film, that means that you're not just looking for a Transformers. You know what I mean? You're
Yeah.
not looking for the same, you like, oh, this is big box office, so it's good, right? You have an
Mhm.
appreciation for a much broader range. And so when I watched your show, you know, I watched two interviews. I wish I could remember who there was one with a girl and she talked a lot about like the uh sociological and kind of anthropological aspect of what's going on in film and how things are changing to represent more people now. It was very,
Georgina.
I think it might have been her, and it was very philosophical. And I remember that was the first one that I watched, and I was like, I like his approach to things. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Knowing that you were a film person, but that you weren't just someone who goes to the movies a lot. Like you
Mhm.
seek out things and you appreciate them. And the fact that you appreciated Frog and you appreciated it kind of like for the right reasons, and you saw things that other people don't necessarily see in it. So I
Mhm.
was like, it has an eye to pick out those things that weren't me, but most people don't like notice it, right? I thought, well, when he reads the script, like he already has like it's the same thing. It's just a bigger version, right? Like, so I just thought, well, he's already like he gets what I'm trying to do. So even if you didn't like the script, I would have been okay with that because I would at least be like, you understand it. That's, you know what? That's what it is. That's what pissed me off so much about that, man. I don't mind if people don't like it. It really bothers me if people don't understand it, right?
Mhm.
It's like
Yeah, I know
I
exactly what you mean. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
isn't bad as being misunderstood,
Yeah.
right? Because criticism, it's like, okay, difference of opinion, you know? But if they don't get it, then it's frustrating because it's like, no, you don't understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I knew that you got it. And I also knew from your interviews that you're thoughtful about things and that you're, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Have an appreciation. Because I remember in one of your, I don't know if it was the interview with Tom or the interview with that girl, that you were saying about how much work it takes. I think it was with Tom, just to get something made.
Mhm.
So when you look at things, you look at it through an eye also of, okay, just the fact that this got made in and of itself is an accomplishment, right?
Mhm.
It's, you know, it's one of those things. It's like Murphy's Law that
Yeah.
whatever go wrong
Yeah.
will. I
Yeah.
remember with Frog, we had, so I rented these lights that I forget how much it cost to rent them, but I do remember them telling me if they get ruined, it's $1,000 each light, right?
Yeah.
Well, we had them up on these 15-foot poles so that the, you know, the angle would be good for moonlight or whatever. And we had to run an extension cord to the church across the street. Well, it starts sprinkling. And I don't want to pay, you know, thousands of dollars for these lights. So we run out and we pull them down off the poles. we roll up the extension cord, and then we're inside David Furry's house. And the night shoot, we were gonna meet at 8 and then wrap hopefully at midnight. Well,
Yeah.
because all we were doing, like, we weren't doing the kid stuff. All we were gonna do is them breaking up on the porch and then him driving around, right? And we already had, we were already gonna be set up with lights and everything. Like when the actors got there at 8, we were already gonna have everything set up and had worked with, me and stuff as a stand-in for the lighting and stuff. So in theory, we could just go. Well, there's a little break in the rain. So we run out, we put the lights back up. We shoot a few more lines and then it starts fucking raining again. And I was like, oh my God. So we run out there, we pull it down, and this went on for forever. It was kind of cool because in between we could show the actors, the film,
The real back, yeah.
yeah, which actors love seeing that. And normally you don't have time for that shit. Well, like it was raining. So what are you going to do? And I remember at one point, Mike Osmond was like, hey, maybe we should come out another day. And I was like, that's a lot of money. You know what I mean? To pay the actors again, get food again, rent the lights again, rent the sound equipment again, pay the sound guy, like I would want to do, like, can we just, but I went to Alex and Tom and I was like, guys, I said we'd wrap at midnight. And here we are, it's 2:30 in the morning. Are y'all cool with pushing through? And they were like, yeah. And I had looked up on my phone, you can look up when the sun rises. And I said, the sun's going to rise today at 6:10 in the morning. The way I see it, we have until 6:10 if y'all are cool with it. And they were such champs. Like, not to mention, like, every take they did was brilliant. So like, that was great. But they were so cool about it that it was like, okay, are y'all cool? Like, the sun's going to come up at 6:10. Are y'all cool till then? And they were like, yeah. And they were like, and they're professionals through and through, you know what I mean? But yeah, so we just pushed through. We got the stuff for the truck and everything else.
Here's what I want to say here, and I hope you don't mind me bringing this up because there's something really important that I remember how you're talking about, everyone's being professional and whatnot. So clearly you had a good team behind you that was willing to support your vision.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing that I remember in my conversation with Tom. If you saw that, if that's the same episode you saw, because I was only had one interview with him, but there was something that he said that stuck out for me that I remember in my mind. I remember to ask about this here, not because of the for superficial reasons. That's not what I was referring to, but because I'm curious about how you perceive this approach about, being respectful of someone's time. So, for example, Tom was saying in the interview that because when I talked about how long did it take you guys to shoot the film, I think he said about maybe a day or two, if that. And he said that and she paid very well. And I told her I would have done it for free. She says, no, I'm gonna have to pay you. You're not gonna do it for free. So on and that's for some of that sort. But the reason why he said about the fact about you paying very well stuck out for me was for two reasons. The first of which I only took it on face value, but I got the impression that you value the person's time. So I'm not going to compensate you chump change just to work for possibly a good set of amount of hours that we may need from you. So I'm going to make it worth your time and then take care of you elsewhere in all the areas, food, whatever the case may be, all the other accommodations that we can best do to help make everyone comfortable here. And the thing is that I don't think a lot of people understand is that, which is why I'm a very strong proponent for how the stories of what goes on behind the scenes. And these are little nuggets that I always pick out because I think those are really important set of details, which is that if someone such as yourself and the rest of the team that clearly is behind you, I have a strong feeling, and you let me know if I'm wrong, that they trust that you are not wasting their time not because you're just compensating them very well, but because you respect their time.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is something that I think a lot of people have to understand when it comes to filmmaking, and not just filmmaking in general, but just in life in general. Because I think when you hear these stories about when people say that, yeah, they pay me very well, but I got treated like shit, because Russell Crowe is famous for saying that, you know, being in the acting business, you get treated like shit, but you get paid very well. Well, clearly he's been paid very well for him to be doing this for a number of years. if he gets treated like shit. I don't know how much of it is true. Maybe he's just saying it because he's being pissed off for a number of years. But something about that particular moment in the conversation when then Tom said that, I remember it stuck with me all the way through. And I think it made me appreciate the film a lot more hearing that side of your appreciation for his time, because I'm sure maybe it didn't, or maybe it did not have an effect on him. But I think to some degree that because you compensated him very well for that, that he felt like, you know what, I'm good. I can, and from what you're explaining to me, that Tom took some liberties about how he wanted to approach the character. Obviously, felt very comfortable in the fact that you let him do his thing to help better the story. There's a lot of trust factors that's behind that as well too. I think a lot of you have to understand that is very, very important. So again, I'm going back to the payment aspect of it here too. What I'm really curious about, because you said something earlier, you saved up a lot of tips and then you try to find the funding for the projects here. Where did you learn along the way about the importance about you compensating for someone's time, knowing full and well that if someone were to say yes to your project only under the terms that you pay me for my time, but you have to make it worth my time? Or was it more or less the fact that, hey, I trust that Tom's, he's a good person. I work with him. I know he's capable of doing X, Y, and Z. But because I know, I hope he doesn't mind. I hope you don't mind me mentioning this here, but you mentioned the text that you didn't think he was that you weren't really sure of him being a good actor until you saw him on set.
Yeah.
When you realize that, holy shit, it was worth every dollar paying him the fee. But I'm wondering where you learned how to properly accommodate people for what they do, and pay them for their time, not because it's just because it's the right thing to do, but because you're showcasing that you respect their time, and therefore you want to thank them for the time, not on a professional, but in a more case, like in a personal, because you are spending hours on end with them through the thick and thin, and they're willing to go a little further than they anticipated and give you the time in return to be able to fulfill your vision. So it's a long question, but there is a reason why I was leading up to that, because I think it's important for people to highlight, for people to understand that why I'm highlighting that little nugget there. That's extremely important for me to hear these stories, because to me, I'm hoping that someone that listens to this or watches this will say, I want to work with her because of how she conducts herself, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I think so. I think that the reason, well, one, I've always been like a respectful person. And my mom has always said the workman is worthy of his hire, meaning, you need to pay people well. But I think also being an actor myself, and in Austin, there's so many projects that they're like, oh, you'll get exposure. And I'm like, no, I won't. No one's going to watch your film. Like, it would be ridiculous for me to say, like, oh, you'll get exposure. Well, what if nobody watches my film? Right. That, or the deferred payment bullshit. Like, you're not going to ever make any money off your film. So the deferred payments bullshit. Right. And I think being an actor myself and seeing so much of how much people want you to work for free, it's, it's pitiful, because it's like, if you have a skill and you're going to spend your time and energy, not to mention, I feel like it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to expect people, especially because it's my project, right?
Mhm.
Like, it's baby. And when I was like, hey, well, let's shoot till 6, I had to pull back and say, okay, I'm jazzed about this. I'm thrilled with how it's going. I'm loving the footage. But, you know, maybe they're not as thrilled, maybe I do need to just, work another day. As it turned out, I didn't have to, thank God. But I feel like you have you just have to have respect for people, you
Mhm.
know. And I appreciate that Tom said I paid him well. I don't know if I paid that well, or if he just, knew that it was one drink, $1, another drink, another like, he knows how hard it, like bartending, that it really was just $1 at a time to save up the money for it. And it's sweet because he kept offering. He's like, Patricia, I'm having a great time. The other thing, I think the reason that he liked it, and that Mike Osmond, the cinematographer, who's brilliant, and he gets paid well and he does other projects, but he's offered, hey, if you ever want to do something and you don't have the funds, I'll do it for free. We're friends, come on, let's
Mhm.
collab. I think part of the reason they do that is that, one, they know I'm a decent person. And two, I think that they say that because they also know that I'm going to let them have leeway. and I'm going to let them put their own spin on things, right? Because
Right.
I've been in projects before where I come to set and I have an idea of what my character's going to be or blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, nah, you're more like a bimbo. And it's just like, okay, you know what I mean? And there's like a lot of like intrinsic rewards you get from being able to put your own perspective and to actually be an artist. And I think the fact that I let Tom just explore and do his thing and I didn't over direct him, I think those are the kind of sets you want to be on. But I did
Right.
tell him, the last time that he offered to work for free, I said, look, I'm going to pay you. And I said, but just remember now that you said this so that later when you're super famous and I can't afford you, just remember you owe me a freebie. Like, but yeah, I would want to ask people to work for free. Like, it makes me feel really good. And I'm very flattered that I have people who believe in what I'm doing
Mhm.
and that enjoy working with me and would do it without pay. But I have too much respect for them and their work to
Yeah,
actually do it for free.
I completely understand what you're saying on that here too. I think that's another thing too that I wanted to highlight that as well because you hear plenty of stories of actors, directors, whoever else that have called in favors, and I think the expectations that you owe me a favor. Um, I guess this is more in life in general here because I'm a big strong proponent of people figuring it out for themselves and not depending on others to give them leeway, if you will.
Mhm.
And I believe that that develops a strong character here. Not that I'm saying that it always works out that way for everybody because I think you have to go through the trenches to really understand that. But what I find really fascinating with what you're sharing here for me is that I again, I don't know how long you've been doing this here as far as in terms of the acting aspect of it is concerned, and you starting to direct these reels for yourself. And even some of the other things too I've come across on your channel as well. I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but there's another actress that you were working alongside where you guys were talking about like lockjaw and blowjobs and stuff like that a little stuff like that. What was that called again?
Her name is Joelle Cruz.
Yes,
And
yes.
that's the little comedy scene that I wrote to test out some film equipment I had.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's actually a really good one too, by the way.
She's so over the top, but she's an actor friend. She does a lot of theater.
Yeah, well, it was actually really good because again, it showed me something outside of Red Bud, excuse me,
Mhm.
that I got to see what else you were able to do. Because again, I figured that with what you were showing on the screen there, I'm sorry, on your channel there, was all things that you were behind from start to finish here. But what I also was trying to highlight is that I think a lot of people tend to forget that when you understand how difficult it is to make something and you have a good team around you, because I've noticed, for example, with Tom, who's worked with Brett Bellman on several projects before, that they have a pretty good working relationship. And there are other people that Brett and other people that I've talked with as well too, who they worked for years. That's the one thing I think a lot of people tend to overlook is that they worked with these actors, they worked with these directors, but why are they still working together? Because they work so well. They understand how they mesh and they know the boundaries, they know the limitations, and they know how far they can push. And to hear that you had I wouldn't say a smooth production, but probably a pretty good production experience in terms of like the people that you work with that help with that journey. That's also very important to tell too, because no film obviously is made on your own. If you do make it on your own, God bless you because you did something that most people can never do. But the point I'm getting is that I think it's really important to highlight there because, like I said before, I believe that with what you are able to pull off here, with what I've seen so far, you have a lot going for you. I really, really do mean that. And I really do hope that, and I said this before a million times in these conversations I had with the guests here, that I hope one day you get to look back at this conversation and remember what your thought process was at that time. And then, however many years down the road that is. So basically this is my way of planting the seed and see how it grows from there. But I hope that you can look back on this here and remember that, where you were with yourself at that time and how you ended up right now. Hopefully you're at a good spot in your life. Or maybe if you are at a good spot, but maybe not where you want to be, but this will be kind of more a way to reinvigorate that drive, if you will, is what I'm hoping to accomplish here. But I'm always looking forward to see someone look back where we can revisit these conversations again and look back on how we both felt about that time period with, our lives and how we speak with each other, how we spoke with each other back then, and see how things have changed for you moving forward there. Because I think it's important to look back on these things and remember how we perceived things at the time and how we may have changed along the way. I wouldn't say for better or for worse, but hopefully for the better. Because if I could see a consistency with that on your on your approach, but maybe the way you approach certain things that didn't work for you before now works better for you now because you have the experience to be able to go through that here, I think is extremely important as well too. That I think most people tend to overlook, which is why I'm a very big proponent about learning about the journey. So I've said this a million times, and if anyone who's heard this before, sorry, but I mean that every time I say that here. So for me, I feel like I'm in a very unique position with you because we're right at ground zero for you, where we
Mhm.
could see that go from here. And I'm really happy to see that from the very beginning stages here. And I really do hope that you stick with that moving forward because with what I've gotten across here with I keep fucking up the name here, Redbud.
But
Yes, I always keep calling it Rosebud. I'm sorry, forgive me for doing that here, but with what I've been able to read off of here and with what you've been able to share here for me, this is what I am hoping to be a part of in terms of like I saw them from the very beginning and I spoke with them at the very beginning, and I'm happy that they are successful and with what they do. And I got to see that from the very start so that I can see from point A to point Z or whatever where you are with yourself, and hopefully that things have turned out very well for you. Or if you decide not to pursue that path, but whatever path you do decide to take, it's for the better. And still, one day I would still like to revisit that conversation about what had changed along the way here for you. So I don't mean to go long winded with that here as well, because I know that I do that a lot. But um,
your
one
charm.
thing, what was that?
I said it's part of your charm.
Oh, I appreciate that. Well, some people say otherwise because I do talk for a while, but I appreciate you saying that here. I'm actually really curious about your background, and what I mean by that is this: how this all began for you to want to start writing scripts and acting and so on. Um, because what I have seen with what you have done with Redbud, I actually thought you did a really good job with performances. And I mean that when I say it as well too. So if the opportunity arises where you get to shoot this movie and you get to act in it as well too, I'd be pretty excited to see what you're able to pull off doing both sides of the field. Well, in this case, three: writing, directing, and acting as well too. But I was curious to see where this all began for you, because I would imagine, from what I understand, you, and I can hear in your acting as well, that you're born and raised in Texas. Is that a fair assessment? Okay, in the DFW or Austin area. What part of Texas were you born in?
Austin.
Austin. Okay, so born and raised in Austin. Then
Mhm.
okay. So then I'm curious about how being born and raised in Austin, where Austin is more or less becoming like the a new side of the industry where people are going to get more work to make films and TV shows and whatnot. And then if someone along the way, where did you start to develop that passion for film and for writing, and where it all began, and when you started getting into the field, if you will, has anything changed along the way in how you perceive things now, having the experience, in an independent side of it here, but seeing it from a spectator standpoint, how other people who are working more or less bigger projects and mainstream projects around the Austin area, where you're starting to realize, holy shit, this was not what it was like when I was a kid growing up, and I can see now things have changed night and day, where it's never going to be the same now. So I'm curious to see what that journey is like for you, from your perspective growing up to where things are right now for yourself.
Yeah. Well, Austin has changed a lot.
Yeah.
And I know that, a few years ago, my actor friends, once they got a certain amount of credits, they would move to a bigger industry. I
Right.
have Andrea Flowers. We were in a horror movie together, and that might not be her last name anymore. Maybe that's just her social media name. Anyway, I know her name's Andrea, and she's brilliant, and she was great, and we were in a movie together. And shortly after, she moved to LA, and she's been doing great out there. And I feel like now we're getting to the point where the acting pool in Austin, once people get enough credits on their resume, they're not just going to go to LA, New York, or Atlanta. Like, we're starting to get enough projects here. They're building a $1 billion studio out in Bastrop, which Bastrop is a stone's throw from Austin. It's not that far.
Okay.
So yeah, everything's kind of growing really fast. But I started out in the theater scene when I was a kid. And I was wild about it. I would like read the newspaper and be like, "Oh, take me to this audition, take me to that." And my parents were cool for like a while with it, but then in sixth grade, I was in a play and it was downtown. And I remember I thought I was so cool because I was, 12 years old, and we would get out and whenever rehearsal was over, we'd go out the stage door in the alley, downtown Austin. And my dad would pick me up. And I thought I was an adult, I was going around doing my own thing. But then I started falling asleep in school. And so my parents were like, yeah, you can't really, because I like they would pick me up at 11 p.m. But then I was like crazy. I was like, oh my God, and this is how they make the guy fly, and all this other stuff. And because I liked both, like I liked everything. I was just real fascinated with the whole process of how theater was produced. And so they couldn't shut me up. I want to go to sleep, and then I'd fall asleep in school. So they were like, no more of this. And I went to college and I had four different majors, didn't finish any of it. But my dad, he was terminally ill. And one time he was in the hospital, and it was shortly before he died. And he said, why didn't you ever pursue acting? And it was out of the blue. And I was like, well, would that have been okay? Like, are you cool with it? He's like, yeah, you were always so happy. I didn't know why you stopped. And I'm like, well, y'all made me stop. And he's like, well, yeah, you couldn't bail out of elementary school, but you know, we always thought you'd go back to it because it made you so happy. And so after he said that, I signed up for um, an acting class that
Interesting.
semester and got back into it.
Did you actually learn a lot about yourself in the acting classes you're going through, about how how you would approach it before and what you may have learned from that class? Because I think acting class for a lot of people, it varies as far as how they perceive it. Because Tom, when I talked to him, he was like, it's not for me. He found
Yeah,
what works for him.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
I loved it.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first acting class I took was actually a voice and diction because I hate my accent. But
Why do you hate
then
your accent?
I don't know. I guess I think like I like my accent, but I feel like it pigeonholes me. But
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
my dad, so I started that class, and then my dad ended up in kind of like a comatose state, and the doctor said that they weren't sure whether or not he could hear or understand us. And my sisters and I pretty much lived at the hospital, and we would just go home um like to shower and then come back, and we actually slept like in the room where he was. And he was in this, well, it doesn't matter, but anyway, he was in a like comatose state or vegetative state. And I remember one time I went home, and then when I came back I said, hey dad, it's me, and I'm touching his arm. I'm like, it's Patricia. And my sister Katie, because I was still in that voice and diction class, and I had told her, oh, I'm going to get rid of my accent and all this stuff. Well, I walk in and I say hi to my dad, who may or may not hear me. And my sister looks at me and says, I'm glad you're not too far along in class because he still can recognize who you are. Meaning I hadn't been able to change my voice yet. And so I still sounded like me. And when she said that, I kept going to class, but I kind of got over the idea that I need to get rid of my accent because I realized that's one of my defining characteristics, right?
Right.
And whether or not I think it's a great accent, like, why would I want to be less marvelous, right? Like, why would I want to be more normal? So when my sister said that and she said, I'm glad he can still recognize who you are, I realized, well, this is something that defines me and it's who I am. So even if I think I sound kind of crazy, like, who cares? But oh yeah, so anyway, that was a
Yeah.
tangent. To answer your question about the
That's a
acting,
it's a good tangent though. I appreciate that, sir. But yeah, I'm sorry. Continue.
um, so I feel like I've had some acting classes that I don't think helped me, you know. I think
Yeah.
every actor is the one that's a good fit. And then I've had others that it's like you feel like you have a breakthrough and you're like, oh, now I get it. Like, why was I doing this all along? But I think it's more like there is no right or wrong. You just have to figure out what your own process is. I do think that like sometimes it can get you in your head too much, right? Because it's like, oh, this is the way you have to do this. And then you see people like Tom who are brilliant and he just interprets things and goes on instinct and it's great. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I think that acting class is good. It gives you tools, right? For, you know, how to memorize lines or how to make emotional connections with your characters or how to do scene study or map out the beats,
Right.
you know, emotional beats. So there are good things about it, but you have to find a class that, you know, is good for you.
Do you feel like though, because again, I'm kind of taking it back here with you, but when you were growing up and actually going through the acting process for yourself, did it make you love the craft more, or did you have a perception about maybe that the acting class gave you that you maybe realize that maybe I should just step away from this because it's not working for me? Let me try this route instead to see if I can get that connection that I'm looking for. Because I'm not sure if it's a fair question to ask, because I think I get the feeling that in this case, like I'm using Tom as an example, where he found out acting class didn't work for him at all because of the it seems like the courses that he was taking with the acting class were so elementary, is I guess the
Mhm.
best way you could use it. But it seems like with your experience, you kind of have more or less kind of like a mixed bag of what worked and what didn't work and what you connect and what didn't connect with here. So I'm wondering if somewhere along the way, when you have those points where you realize this does not do anything here for me, maybe I shouldn't be doing this at all. Or maybe I see what they're going for. I like the approach they're going for, but it's not for me. Let me try this route instead and figure it out along the way what works best for you to kind of get that template, if you will.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, I never took acting class. I just like looked up auditions in the paper because I was so full of myself. Like it didn't even occur to me, like I need to be, you know, like I was so self-assured. Like too bad I'm not like that anymore. But yeah,
Yeah,
I would just like, hey, let's go audition. Of course I can do it. You know what I mean?
right.
Uh, but as an adult, so there was this one acting class, and of course I'm not going to be tacky and say whose it was, but I remember I went and I had like you have to buy like, you know, I don't know, 6 classes or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
But you
yeah.
had to mount, right? And then that was the like course. And it was well anyway, so it was this class. And I remember like I went in and I was I didn't think anybody was too particularly brilliant in the class. And I thought it was the Meisner class. And I just but everybody, like when I went, they were like, oh, this guy's the greatest and blah, blah, blah. And it was like a little cult, right?
Yeah.
Everybody talked about this guy. And he was old. He was like a Galapagos turtle. This man was old. And he swore he like studied under Meisner himself or Adler or something, right? So
Okay.
everybody, the kids in his kids, the students in his class were all just raving. So I was like, okay, cool. Well, the class was really fucking weird, right? And I was like, okay, maybe these people, like, I thought, oh, it must be over my head, right? Like,
Mhm.
obviously, getting it. So I kept going, and I remember calling my best friend on the way home, and I was like, there must be something I'm not getting because the class just seems weird. And none of the students, I'm not like really impressed. Like we would have to perform every class period for each other, things that we had prepared or whatever.
Mhm.
And I was like, I don't know about this. And she was like, don't go back. And I was like, well, I already paid. And obviously she's like, it's not resonating with you, you know? But I was
Mhm.
like, the way the students are talking about it, like it's this great class. I just obviously I'm not getting it, right?
Mhm.
Well, then one day, the student who was the most painful to watch, who I was like, this person's terrible, right? If I would never say that to anybody, like to them, but in my head, I was like, oh my God. She comes up to me before class or after class. She's like, how are you liking it? And I was like, it's interesting. And she goes, yeah, I love it. I've been coming here 8 years. And I was like, this girl has been doing this for 8 years. And like, this is the result. And I was like, I never went back. I was just like, this is no, So
Yeah.
that's the hard thing is that like you can find something that people rave about, but you have to trust your instinct. If it's not working for you,
Yeah.
it's not working for you.
Right.
But a lot of times, like your own self-doubt, you're like, well, no, it's got to be good. Everyone's saying it's good. So
Yeah.
it must just be me, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think acting classes are very hit or miss, you know?
But what's been one of the better experiences for you to that you felt like you've taken away from the most when it came to the action classes you've gone through? Because, again, uh, this is from my perspective here because I've never tried. I mean, I have, but it's not. I wouldn't go as far as saying like to the caliber of other actors who do it on a pretty frequent basis here. But I've noticed that when it comes to preparation for a part, obviously everyone has their method about going about it here. But I've never had the experience of taking a lesson from somebody to really give me an idea about, okay, so if you're looking at a role of this sort, what's what works for you, because I think that's one of the biggest questions I think a lot of people don't ask, at least from me, from my experience, from the stories I've heard, where the actor teachers don't ask what works for you about how you like to go about this. So if you had a good experience for yourself in an acting class, what's the one that you take away the most that you can think of, this is something that I will always remember and I'll always use because this actually helped me with the acting craft, and therefore I know exactly what I must do to prepare for a role. So I'm hoping
Mhm.
that makes sense there.
So I think the favorite class I ever took was Marco Perella. And he was in Boyhood. He's been in movies and stuff, but so he has this thing that he does where he gives you the script. He doesn't give you a lot of time with it, right? So
Mm,
this is like, well, anyway, so what he does is he has you memorize, and you end up learning how to memorize very quickly, and you run your lines with zero emotion. And you're not allowed to, like, you're allowed to think about what your character might be going through and stuff, but when you run your lines with your scene partner, it's zero emotion. And then when you actually do the performance, he films you or whatever, and then that's the first time you have emotion, is when he says action. And so that was always good for me because before I'd had this problem where I would know exactly how I was going to say my lines. But then if the director said, no, oh no, this is, that's, you're feeling more of this emotion. Well, I was stuck because I had rehearsed it so much with a certain cadence and intonation and emotion behind it that it was really hard to be flexible, which is terrible for an actor to not be able to, change. In Marco Prella's class, because you get so well memorized with zero emotion, then you can bring any emotion to it. And you're not thinking about the lines. And because you've got to memorize, and because you haven't practiced with the other person giving you any emotion, the first time they come to come to you saying their lines, but all of a sudden there's all this expression behind it and they're feeling something, you can't help but react, right? And you can't help but have your own reaction to what they're doing, and you feed off the other actor, but it's not stale because you didn't know. And it might be that you assume their character was mad, right?
mhm.
But it could be that they're just real nonchalant, like, I don't give a shit, and you didn't expect them to do it that way, right? They're being more sarcastic about it, but you thought they were going to do it angry, right? And then you have a natural reaction because it's the
There's an
first time.
authenticity behind it then.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that was probably one of the things that I learned in class that I really appreciated. And so now I try my best not to rehearse with emotion, and I try to have it, and that was one thing that Alex and Tom did when we were at the farm, when we filmed uh, the first time with them before we reshot. Um, they hung out, they got to know each other. I never really saw them run lines. They came in memorized, but you didn't see them in a corner, really act, you just saw them chilling. And I was like, oh God, are they going to be ready? but then they were such pros, you know, you say action and right out of the gate. It was great, you know? And they had really good chemistry. And so when we decided to do Frog this short film, Alex Irene Gonzalez is the actor that
Mhm.
played Maria. She lives in San Antonio and she was actually in a theater production at the time. And I had another actor in mind that I had worked with before, and she was good. She had done a test shoot for me on something, but she hadn't worked with Tom. And I knew that Alex had good chemistry with Tom. And so we actually shot the part with the kids and then waited 3 weeks until she was available. Cause she said, "Oh, I'm not available, you know, on your shooting dates." And I said, "Well," because she's like, "I'm in this theater production." I said, "Okay, well, when are you available?" And so I talked to Mike and I said, "Hey, instead of shooting this 2 consecutive days, how about if we wait almost a month so that we could have her be our actor?" And he agreed. And, you know, I'm glad that we did that. It was kind of weird to wait that long, but
Yeah, I think that's one thing that Tom left out, because he left a lot. Well, I mean, obviously not on purpose, because we're going all over the place. But I didn't realize the length of time you guys had in the breaks in between that, because um, I was under the impression, from what I understand, how Tom explained it to me, was that it's kind of maybe a 1 or 2 day shoot, but left out the gap in between that period there. Um,
it was days, one day on the train tracks, and then that one really long ass night with him and Alex.
so here's what I was wanted to get your perspective on something here, because and I hope you don't mind me bringing this up about this, because I always say this here out of courtesy, because I understand people might get annoyed with it, but I don't give a shit. But
Good for you.
um, thank you. But I think what I was trying to try to get some information from you here was that, the thing about this path of filmmaking, the path of, the entertainment industry, if you will. It's a very rough path. Just about anybody I've spoken with here will tell you firsthand that they have really high points, really low points, or they have a point where they're doing something, but maybe not be to their full satisfaction. But for yourself, I'm really curious about how you are looking at it at this stage of your life right now, because I've said it before a million times that I really do believe you have a strong story in the script and Rosebud. And I believe that you're a really good director. And from what I'm understanding here, you're also a very good team player, and you respect other people's time. So you have, for me, all the great qualities of being a good team player, but also being a really strong creative person in the process as well, too. And from my understanding as well, too, you're pretty headstrong about what you want and what you don't want to not let people kind of push you around here. That's the impression that I'm getting. But I'm really curious about your perspective on how you're going about this path here, because at least for me, I don't get the impression that you're not doing this here for the fame and glory. You're really doing it because I want to make a film that I want to see, and hopefully others will react to it as well, and then be able to continue on with that path as well too. So I'm curious about how your perspective on you working with Tom, because Tom has worked on several different projects, some high caliber ones, some independent ones, from independent ones, I should say, in various sides of the field. And hearing, I'm not sure if he shared with you stories about what he has gone through, of some of the high and low points of his career, and some of the hardships that comes with it as well too. And then some other friends that you've also have mentioned before that have gone to LA and have a pretty good career, from when from what I'm understanding how you explained it. And if there's any sort of preparation you have for that, about the long road of filmmaking, where you have you have a project you're very passionate about, but it's just a matter of getting the right people invested to be able to help in creating this project come and to making it come to fruition. So I'm wondering if you are preparing for the long, hard journey that would more than likely come with this path here that you're wanting to take. Because if it comes to a point, which I don't believe is going to be the case, I'm not a believer of, like, putting it out in the universe. I don't subscribe to that, but I do believe that because you know enough people and you understand how certain things work, it's about walking down the right door and being able to know the right people, hopefully in the right circumstance, or something comes up on the way, someone catches and says, "Hey, I saw what you did. I want to give you an opportunity to get for you to go fulfill this vision you have." It could be a variety of things that could help lead to that point. But I'm wondering what it is you're preparing for in dealing with the potential hardship that you're going to go through, where people may believe in the project, but there are stipulations. Well, we can't have you directed because your reels are amazing, but you don't have enough clout.
Mhm.
Or we found a better director for you that can do it here, but we're only going to be able to get this funding here if they direct it.
Mhm.
So, like, I'm wondering what it is you're preparing to deal with that. If it were to come to that, more than likely, probably you would have to go through here, so that way you know how to handle yourself and conduct yourself on those situations here. Because I think a lot of people get the misconception that if someone's interested, that means you're in a good spot. You are in the right position where you can get all the money you need and then be able to work on whatever else you want to work on here next. But it's in a lot of ways it could be selling something where you're selling yourself short for all the wrong reasons here. So
Mm.
again, long question, but I think you understand what I'm referring to here.
Yeah, I think that depending on what concessions they were asking me to make, you know what I mean? I think it'd
Mm,
be a case thing. I did take out the part about the dog dying or whatever, you know what I mean? So
mhm, mhm.
it's not like I'm not flexible, but there is a limit to my flexibility. And I think it would be, if they wanted me to change it too much, I'd say thank you, but no thank you. You know what I mean? Because it's like I said, it would be too heartbreaking to watch it if it were too far from my original vision. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
I think if they said, hey, we want somebody else to direct it and this is who we have in mind, depending on the director, I would want to talk to them. And if I could talk to them and I felt like they kind of understood it and they got where I was coming from, then I think I would be on board. Because truth be told, I don't know if I have enough experience at this point anyway to direct a feature. You know what I mean? Because there's just
right,
so much that goes into it with the logistics and everything of everything, because it's not just about directing the actors. There's so much that a director is responsible for that
right.
maybe I don't have experience with. So I wouldn't mind that as long as I felt like their vision wasn't too far from my own. But if they were like, "Oh, yeah, I see it like this," and it was totally different, I would just rather it not be made at all, Because I feel like come hell or high water, eventually I'll make it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like even if it's later, because it's like the thing that you were saying about Francis Ford Coppola, who's finally making the film that he's wanted to make.
Yeah.
Mentioned in an interview that he was glad that when he originally tried to make it, he couldn't,
Right.
because now he can make it with all the CGI and everything else
Right.
that ultimately will make it a better film. I don't think that Redbud has elements to it that would be advanced by, technology
Right.
necessarily. Um, but I do think that I would be more willing to wait to make it the way I want than to compromise, right?
So
So I feel like
do you think
because
if with more experience though, you would need to have first before you can take on that project?
I I think if my role were to direct the actors, and like talk to them about the script and collaborate with the cinematographer about what kind of shots I want and the color scheme that I want. I think I can do all that, right?
Mhm.
But you hear about directors that have to deal with so much of like more the logistical side of how to schedule and budget and do all that other stuff. I think I could figure it out, but I don't think that I could figure it out without making a lot of mistakes along the way, right? Because that's how you learn. So I think that there are just a lot of things that it would be a bumpy road. I think if I had support staff that was able to mentor me or to take on the things that I wasn't um capable, I wouldn't say not capable, but not proficient at, right? Like I think anything eventually you can learn and you can do it, if you're not
Right.
an idiot. But like I don't already know those things. So it would be like a learning curve of making mistakes and, oh, okay, well that's not the way to do it. Next time I'll do it better. because that's how it's been with directing, that's how it's been with acting, that's how it's been with, everything. So I think that it would just be a long learning curve, which is why I wouldn't mind if somebody said, "Oh, we want someone else to direct it." Like, fine, I don't blame them. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I would want it to be somebody who had a similar vision.
I'm going to kind of jump on something real quick because you actually brought something up that I'm really curious about how you look at this here. So, we touched upon before about Francis Ford Coppola doing Megalopolis, which is a project he's been wanting to do for decades. And you mentioned before that you read it. I think you said you read or saw the interview that he had done, that it was probably the best thing that he didn't make the film at the time that he wanted to make it because the CGI technology was not readily available to showcase the film that he fully envisioned up until now. So I'm really curious about your perspective on how things are handled on when it comes to the presentation of films, for example, like interviews. Um, I am one of those people now. I don't think there's, I'm sure there are plenty out there, but at least in my inner circle, I should say, that is very much, I wouldn't say against it, but I don't care for the curated interviews. Like, tell me what the project and what inspired. Like, that to me sounds like nonsense to me personally. It sounds ridiculous. I understand the reasons for that, but I think times have changed so far that I would hope that people are wiser to that they don't need to ask those questions anymore. You don't need to ask about always inspiration and have you heard about this project? Did you read this? I don't. No one cares about that stuff, in my opinion. If you watch a lot of interviews, it's very select few that actually have done very, very well, but all the other ones are just generic stuff that no one cares about. So when you look at, for example, that interview that you had with you that you looked into with Francis Ford Coppola, for yourself, reading that or watching that, does your perspective change about how the promotion of a movie or the anticipation for a project, do you feel like that changes for you now and how you may have looked at before and how things are now where social media changes everything? Podcasts exist now where you can have hour long or several hour long interviews where you can really dissect a person's personality, you can dissect the situation that these people were going through and get a better understanding and start digging a little bit deeper into other areas that a CNN interview or an ET interview cannot really do because they're curated that way, where you have more of these free form interviews where you can be able to dig in deeper and expand on certain aspects of a person and get to know them rather than the product. So I'm wanting to see how you look at that for yourself, and if you've taken away something from that interview that you've gotten from Francis Ford Coppola that you learned a lot about from his journey about making the film that you probably think you wouldn't get from a more curated interview that you may have done for more like a e network or ET, whatever the case may be.
Well, I think that one of the benefits of not doing um, those interviews that are more like formulaic, that it's like, okay, you can anticipate these are going to be their 8 bullet points because
Right.
those are always there.
Right.
It's a formula. I think the good thing about having something that's more organic, like what you do, is that if I say something that piques your interest, you can follow that and you come up with a question on the spot, like, oh, hey, let's delve into this some more, right?
Mhm.
Just when, Tom brings up things and then you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to ask Patricia about that, later.
Mhm.
But it's more organic because you can follow the conversation where it's going rather than, okay, well, I've got these 8 questions and this is what I'm going to ask. You know what I mean? Because
Mhm.
you miss things, because there might be something that you never would have thought of and you wouldn't know about it until you start talking to the person and they bring something up, right? So I think I get why they have to have those bullet points and they have to cross certain things off. But again, that's like appealing to the masses, right? They have to know
But do you
what
really believe that? Do you seriously
I,
believe that? Because
I
if you
think.
look at the numbers, because I don't mean to interrupt you, but because I'm looking at these numbers, when you have a lot of interviewers that have those curated type questions, I I'm in the position where I don't believe that they have that same impact anymore. Because when I was growing up as a kid, I'm sure you've experienced as well too. When you watch like Entertainment Tonight, Access Hollywood, those type of shows where they have those curated type questions, and for that 30 minutes that you have that show airing, it was appealing. At least it was for me at the time. Now it's not so much anymore. But even when you have YouTubers that do the more or less exact same thing, I noticed that the numbers don't justify what I believe that you need to continue that anymore. You can try something else different, but you only have 5 minutes, and obviously the PR firms are saying you can only ask these type of questions because
Yeah.
and I understand that perspective, but I'm really curious that you said there, because it sounds like to me that you get it and you think it's if fair. And I'm not saying you're wrong from your perspective here, but I'm just curious of what you mean by that, because I don't believe that the numbers justify that people want to see this year. They care for these type of questions, because I'm seeing that's the exact opposite, at least from my perspective.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen the numbers, so I wouldn't have any authority on the topic, but I do think it's interesting that the standard questions resonate less with people. I think that, I guess, if you're seeking out interviews where people talk about movies, then you're a movie person. So then you would rather have more, like, you have behind the scenes questions, which I always think is most interesting.
Right.
Like, if there's ever the making of, you know,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
or the behind the scenes stuff or
Yeah.
all the extra
Yeah. Yeah.
stuff, I live for that, because you
Yeah.
want to hear, okay, we saw the final product. Good. What really happened? You know what
Right.
I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll get it done. I love when they talk about in Jaws how the shark broke down
Yeah.
and it made it a better movie because it's scarier what you don't see. You know what I mean?
Right.
I saw this other interview. It was about Halloween. Have you seen that? So they made Halloween, and I mean, you've seen Halloween, right? Yeah,
Right.
you and
Right.
Tom. So anyway, they made Halloween, and then they weren't done with that little dee 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 dee, the music.
Yeah. Yeah.
They hadn't put it on yet. Well, they showed it to potential, I don't know if it was distributors or what, and they watched it in the theater and laughed their asses off. And they said it was not scary at all. It was the most terrible shit they'd ever seen. And it was ridiculous. It was laughable. Well, so literally the only thing they didn't have was the sound design, right? They finally get that on and they say, come watch the movie again. And the people who watched it truly believed they had made huge changes to the film and they thought it was fucking terrifying. And all they had done was put the music in. They hadn't re-edited any of the shots. Like, everything was the same, but they had, they'd put the sound in. But before, it was just the actors walking around with that silly mask,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
all that, which personally I would be terrified either way, music or not. But like, to them, it was that, they thought it was a whole other thing.
Right.
And
Right.
I love the behind the scenes stuff because it always is an adventure. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I've been on a set where everything went right ever.
Yeah.
But that's part of the fun of it. It's like figuring out how to fix it. No,
Yeah, I think, yeah, I do agree. I do understand what you mean, and that's the thing about, at least with me, because again, that's the curated stuff. Even with a lot of like these special features you get with a lot of films, where it's a lot of the generic EPK stuff, where the movie was fantastic, the directors, it's all the same nonsense to me, and I get very bored of it very very quickly. But I stick around to watch them because every once in a while you find one little interesting fact that they delve into, and then it's done and they move on to the next thing. Well, stick with that. But that's just my perspective here. But there's I'm since you seem to be very cognizant about a lot of these behind the scenes stuff. One of my favorite behind the scenes documentaries was for the Expendables. I enjoyed the movie, but the what was it? I think it was called Inferno. That 90-minute documentary was so much more interesting than the film in itself, because it showed that the shit that still had to go. He broke his collarbone, broke all his other stuff, and he had to get the film done because if they postpone it, then they can't reshoot some scenes because Jason Statham has to go to do another movie, 3 months from then, or whatever the case was. So seeing that journey, I was like, this is fascinating. That's the type of shit that I want to see more of, like what he had to go through, because that to me is really, really important stuff. Because then, as a fan of him or as a fan of his films, you understand that this guy had it very, very hard. Sure, you can look at all the glamour stuff he's had, and it is what it is. But I think that is much more interesting. And there's even a documentary too. I've talked to Derek Presley and Jason Starr, where Derek was talking about the documentary of the making of 12 Monkeys. That is a fascinating documentary, because you see Charles Roven arguing with Terry Gilliam about making 12 Monkeys because they had a disagreement about the sets or whatever else. and they're following these producers and director, and they're trying to avoid the camera, but they're still following them. And that's the shit that I want to see, the down and dirty stuff. And then they commentate on that stuff. Francis
Yeah.
Ford Coppola did the Heart of Darkness documentary about Apocalypse Now, where he's freaking out that Martin Sheen had a heart attack, and he's flipping out about that, and he's commentating on that as well too. Like, that's what I love to see. But the thing is
Yeah.
that most movie going artists don't care. I'm not one to say I want to change all that. I don't think I will. I don't think I ever intend on doing that. But it's important for me to understand why the film turned out so well. But look at all the shit they had to go through to make that movie, because it was not easy. And you'll never get that kind of film ever again, because one, it's too expensive, and two, it's dangerous, and three, you can do it with CGI now.
Mhm.
So, but again, I'm kind of going off on a tangent, but I think what I appreciate with what you have said there is I do agree with you on that you learn the down and dirty stuff here too, but that also kind of draws the lines, how much can you tell without ruining people's lives, because you may get a bad day on a person who say some really shitty stuff that may ruin their career, but it's just that one moment in time. So it's best to remove that altogether. So there's a lot of like balancing act and try to showcase what is presentable and what is not, and which is why I think the EPKs work so well for a long period of time, because you only see the beautiful side of it here too.
Mhm.
But I mean, but for yourself though, what, like, if someone were to shoot a behind the scenes uh journey of what you guys had done on Frog, would that be something you'd be really comfortable in showcasing, what all the hurdles you had gone through to show what it took to make that short film, along with all the other reels that you did for Rosebud as
Yeah.
well too? Like, do you feel comfortable in showcasing that, all the highs and lows of what you've gone through, the shitty days and the good days where you probably weren't in the best mood, and then some days where you're in the greatest mood, to really show the realities of what it took to make those reels and make that short film? Would you feel comfortable with doing something like that if someone were to follow you in making the documentary?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I know I cuss a lot. I'm kind of crass, but I'm always respectful. So I wouldn't worry that, oh, I can't have people follow me because people are going to realize I'm an asshole, right? Like I'm always respectful even when I'm frustrated, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
So I think the behind the scenes a lot of times is the most interesting part of any project,
Right.
you know. And yeah, I would love for people to see that because I think people like it. And I think nowadays you have to sign so many NDAs and stuff because they don't want you, and I get it. Like they don't want you bad mouthing or whatever. But I do think the behind the scenes, like I'm watching The Offer right now. I'm assuming you're
Oh,
watching it.
I love that show.
I'm obsessed. But yeah, like there's a lot of cool stuff. A funny story. So when we were gonna shoot at the farm, we wanted the actors to not have too early of a call time because they had to drive out to Shiner, Texas, which isn't close to anything. So um we said, okay, we'll have the sound guy and the cinematographer and then the first camera person come out, and I'll shoot the digging holes scene, and then we'll start with that, and then I can get ready to direct and then do the rest of whatever. Well, the the guy who's the farmhand out there, Mike Valenta, he was going to dig the hole for us. And the first place that I chose on the farm to dig the hole, he called my godmother and said, "Hey, I can't do it. I'm hitting limestone," which is real common out here in Texas.
Mm.
So we picked a different place that we thought would be a beautiful shot. And it works. He digs the hole or whatever. Well, my godmother and I go out to the farm the night before. And I don't go walk out to the hole because who's going to go out in the dark with the snakes and everything else, right? Like you're
Mhm.
not going to go traipse around a farm in the pitch black. So the next morning I get up and I go out to the hole, and it does not, the man did not have filmmaking in mind when he dug this hole. And it's great. It's a big, deep hole, but the sides are perfectly smooth because he's used, machinery to dig it,
Right.
right? Not to mention, he did the smart thing, which is put the pile of dirt far enough away it won't fall back in the hole, right?
Right.
That's the way a farmer would dig a hole. The problem is if you're in there shoveling it, the dirt you're shoveling out is going to be right next to you, not 12 feet away. In addition, the sides aren't going to be totally smooth, you know? So I get out there and I've got about 20 minutes before the crew gets there. And I'm like, I mean, it was a perfect like square, and you could see where the tractor had driven in and driven out, you know. I was like, this does not look like I dug this, like a human being dug this hole.
Right.
So I was like, shit. And I was like, well, grab a shovel, and I just start beating the sides of the hole, you know, and start
Yeah,
getting the
yeah, yeah.
dirt to come in and, you know, doing all that. Plus, it was so smooth and compact on the bottom, I couldn't dig more. So I needed to, so I'm going over 12 feet away and one shovel at a time, bringing dirt back in the hole so I have something to shovel out. Well, the crew gets there. Oh, and at one point, I look down and I have jeans and cowboy boots on, right?
Mhm.
I'm not like in flip flops or something stupid, but I look down and the ground is like moving. And I was like, it's not that hot. Like, I can't be hallucinating. Like, what is going on? But the dirt like had a life of its own. It was going like that. And then I realized, oh, it's not the dirt, that's ants. And apparently there was an ant farm inside that hill, and I had just disrupted it. And then I noticed they're all over my boots. And I was just like, oh shit. So I jump out of the hole, stomp the ants off. Well, the crew gets there. And
Oh
in the
man.
scene, Rose is pissed, right? She's pissed off
Right.
because Tommy dissed her or whatever. And she's out
Right.
there
Right.
digging a hole. Well, so the crew is standing around, and one of them who hadn't met me yet, they're standing around, they're like, I'm still digging the, you know, messing with a hole. And they get there and they say, hey, you know, you don't have to do this. We'll do it for you. And I was like, no, it's fine. It's fine. And then, and they're kind of standing around, and then like, they seem like they want to tell me something, but they're a little too shy. And, and then finally one of them's like, I think we got the lights and everything ready. We're about to film. I was like, okay. And then they still kind of were quiet. And then finally one of them's like, well, do you want to get ready for your scene? Because I think because I was so pink in the face and I was drenched in sweat,
Yeah.
looked just disheveled and crazy. But I was like, and I think he was kind of like, you look like shit, you know, don't you want to go clean up? He didn't say that, obviously. And I don't
Right.
even know if that's what he was thinking, but I think that's what he was thinking. But he was like, do you need to get ready for your scene? And I was like, no, I'm like prepped. You know, I'm supposed to be a lady who's been digging a hole for an hour. And guess what? I've been digging a hole for an hour, so I'm good to go. But it was kind of funny because you could tell they were like, why is she actually in here digging this hole?
Right. Right.
It was great for the scene.
Well, so okay, so I'm curious about about what were some of the high points for you in any of the reels you shot for Rosebud, and then even for Frog as well too, where you felt like, I mean, did you ever feel like if you know that some things would not work out as well as you thought they would, or did you ever feel like this is not going to work out at all? Or were you pretty confident from the times you were shooting all those segments there, including the Frog short film, that you felt really confident this is going to turn out amazing? And when we get everything finalized here, it's going to turn out fantastic. So I'm curious to see what your thought process was in the prior, during, and post production as well.
Um, so I was excited. It turned out better than I expected
Okay.
because I knew the farm was beautiful, but I didn't know how much we could, like, you know how like you go outside and you take a picture of the moon and it looks like shit,
Mhm.
but you're like, oh my God, it looks amazing. And then you take a picture and it's like, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know that the camera could actually capture that much of the like majesty of the farm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it just really captured how beautiful and magical, you know what I mean? So I was very thrilled about, especially like the wider shots. I
Yeah.
was thrilled that the cat, okay, so it's 90 acres, that farm.
Mm.
And the cows just so happened to decide to come graze at the closest pasture, which this was actually funny. So we just put some boards to be a ramp to go over the barbed wire fence for Mike Osmond. And I think it was his brother. Well, I don't know if his brother was on the other side. Anyway, I know at least Mike was on the other side of the fence. Well, then the cows all decide, oh, let's go check out what's going on, which female cows aren't that bad. If they have a little calf,
Yeah, I
they,
know.
but then
Yeah.
we have a bull. You don't want to be around it. God forbid one of those calves gets curious about you and comes near you and the bull's going to murder you, right?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so we were telling Mike, like, hey, you got your equipment set up and it was for a slider shot. And I was like, if they start acting crazy, just fucking run and just let them trample the equipment. Just go. But luckily, the cows were like real calm and they were just curious about him. And in the trailer, when I come running out of the farmhouse and go, a cow just so happened to decide to come into the shot and be walking through the shot. And it was, it was the magic hour or whatever. It was sunset. So it's not like we had a lot of time to do a lot of takes. And it just so happened that this cow decided to just kind of casually walk through and
Right.
be in the shot. And it just made the whole thing like that. I was thrilled about that cow, especially because those cows, I mean, they have 90 acres. They're not, and they're very rarely, especially when there's a lot of like people and cars, they're very rarely in that top pasture. So the fact that they chose to be there and make their, that one decided to do its cameo, I like, you can, because it's not like a dog. You cannot get a cow to do what you want it to do,
Yeah. I'm aware.
So I was very, very thrilled about that. And the girl who played young Rose, Sophia, she was brilliant. And I remember telling her, like, hey, here's your mark, but don't look down, because there's a scene where she sees that Pearl's been shot and she
Yeah.
walks and she, her mom's screaming at her to call 911 and she picks up the phone, but then she never dials, right? Because
Yeah.
she's in shock of what she's looking at. And I said, okay, you're going to walk to right here, but don't look down. Okay. And she nailed it. And her look was just perfect.
Yeah.
And then the cinematographer said, hey, this is great, but she needs to go at a fourth of the speed for her steps, right? And so I said, oh, hey, that was great, Sophia. Same thing. Don't change a thing, but you need to slow it to about a fourth as fast. Okay. But she kept saying okay really fast. So I was like, and I used to be a school teacher. So I'm like, this kid isn't like listening, right? She doesn't get it. No, I say action, 1/4 of the speed, same thing. And the other thing is with kids, sometimes eye lines are hard, right? For them to know they're supposed to be looking at if you don't actually have the other actor with them.
Oh,
And
okay.
so
Okay.
we were telling her, you're looking at this, you're seeing her bleed out, blah, 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 right? Nailed it. And it was so funny because when I would give her direction, she would immediately say, okay. And I always thought, man, she said okay too fast. But no, she was brilliant. And every time she just, I mean, I lucked out. I just really lucked out with her. And I was heartbroken keeping up with her on social media and watching her get older and older. And I was like, she can still play young Rose. She can still play, but after a while,
Yeah.
they age out, but which broke my heart because she was just brilliant and she was so good to work with. And she
Yeah.
was such a long day, on set. And she just real positive, just the way that she was able to have, without a lot of lines. Oh yeah, I gotta tell you this other story. So without a lot of lines, she's got it in her face that you see behind her eyes that there's something going on there and she's experiencing something. So even though she doesn't have lines to back it up of, oh, I'm so scared, or, oh, I don't know what's going on, or, oh, this is freaky. Like she doesn't, you know what I mean? But it was all simmering right under the surface, which, for kid actors, a lot of them are real, like, Disney, just, hey, real
Real
top type.
poppy. Yeah.
Yeah. But she was just real authentic and real sincere. And she had so much depth. Well, the funny thing is, so after, so the scene in the sizzle is after Pearl dies and they're looking out the window and they're silhouetted and she turns and says, what's going to happen now, Pearl? And Pearl says, I don't know, but I'll stick with you, right?
Yeah, yeah.
She walks over, or they do what, I told her, I said, I'm going to call action, count in your head, not out loud, this many seconds, and then turn so that we will see your profile, look up and say, what's going to happen now, Pearl? And she says, okay, I got it. Well, she counts it out. She doesn't go too fast. She lets the moment breathe. She turns. And when she says it, and she knows, I've told her like the story. So she knows that she's there. Her mom's just been taken away. She sees something crazy. When she turns and does it, her voice cracks. And oh my God, she turned and she goes, what's going to happen now, Pearl? Like better than that, but you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
she
yeah.
just, oh my God. So I just like tears sprung to my eyes because it just felt like this kid really was alone and this was happening. And I remember her mom was in the doorway, because I said, hey, you can actually watch us shoot this part because, you're out of the way or whatever. I looked over at her mom and like they still had to have their moment, count it down, turn back out the window, but I just like looked at her mom and I was like, and her mom looked like she wanted to cry. And I just, and so then I let the moment breathe or whatever. And then I say, cut. And I turn to Mike and he's got tears. And I'm like, oh my God, that's so good. And she turns around and like us are like about to cry. Right. And she's kind of like, did I do something wrong? I was like, oh my God, that was so good, Sophia. We have to do another one for coverage. Don't change a thing. It's so good. And then I turn and I see Dave, who's the sound guy, and he still has, the boom and he's holding it. So the rest of us have, wiped our eyes and he's there like this with the boom. And we're like, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. But it was so great because it was like, it's
Was he
one thing
was
if
he fighting back the tears? Is that what it was?
it was.
Okay.
Sorry if you're watching this, Dave, but I think we all were because it was so good. And it was just
Right.
like to see a little kid like that. And the thing that I thought was so brilliant about it is it's one thing if you watch a child do something like that and you've been watching the movie and it's built up and you've got your sound design and you have all these things cueing your emotions,
Yeah.
sound and all that. We were behind the camera, we could see all the smoke and mirrors. We knew it was fake. I wrote the thing, but we were still all moved by that moment she had. And I thought that was great because it's one thing if you're in a theater and you're having this huge experience, but it's another, we were on set, like none, like we all knew it wasn't real. Like we were filming it. We were behind all the equipment. And yet it was still that moving the way that she looked up and said, what's going to happen now, Pearl? Like it just, I don't know. It was so good. So yeah, it did break my heart when time passed and she got older.
Yeah.
She's really good.
She was really good. Yeah, I do recall seeing that in the reel there. Well, so you brought something up here that I'm really curious about, because which leads me to my next question about Frog here, because I didn't know that you were a school teacher before. Um, so I guess it's a two-part question. One, how long you been doing that for, and two, with that experience of you working with children, do you think that actually helped you out a great deal in how to interact with them on the set and having to deal with them and all the other all the other factors that come in and having to work with children in various environments and the different times of the day? Because I would imagine that to some degree that may have helped you with that, but I'm not sure if maybe you've whatever you got from teaching children at school, trying to try to use those skills in communicating with the children on a set may be completely different, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it did help. So I wasn't officially like a school teacher with the Austin Independent School District or anything like that.
Hmm.
My first major in college was anthropology and
Okay.
I cultural anthropology. And I decided I wanted to go to Mexico and record ghost stories. But I didn't want to go through like a program.
Hmm.
So I just saved up my tip money, kind of the way I do everything. And I went down to Mexico and I ended up in a Mayan village. And they taught me to speak a little bit of Mayan, and I taught school for free. They had like a one-room schoolhouse, but the teacher would like the teachers down there, because it's like in the jungle, right? Like the
Hmm.
town only had, I think, 90 people when I lived there. And it was like like you sleep in a hammock, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So my friend's family had has a hacienda down there that they were renovating, and they heard that I was already in Mexico, and they invited me down, and I was like, Mayan Village, hell yeah, because that's it was right on the edge. And so as a trade, I would teach school, and because the kids, they would come to the park and be like, hey, how do you say this in English, how do you say that? So I said, well, if y'all want, I can, teach you. And they're like, yeah. And so I was in the park, and it's like hot as hell down there.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
this was a whole other thing.
yeah. You're deep in
And
the jungles, right? Is that what you said?
yeah.
Yeah.
And so then one day a lady said, hey, we noticed you're teaching the kids in the park. If you want, I have the key to the school. You can get in the shade and it's cooler. And I was like, okay. And so then, and I remember the first day that I taught school, so many kids showed up, and they all had their arms like this on the desk. And I don't know why that always stood out to me, but I just looked at all these faces and all these little arms and thought, I'm never going to remember their names. And then I thought, I got like imposter syndrome, and I was like, I don't have my teaching degree, and I'm not qualified. And what am I doing? And I remember I was terrified. And I looked at the clock, and I thought, okay, I just have to do this for like 2 hours, and I never have to come back, which is stupid because like I'd been doing it at the park. I had this big notepad that I had purchased, and I would, write,
Right.
but for then being in the classroom, I was like, oh, I don't belong here. What am I doing telling these people I'm a teacher? I'm crazy. And I looked at the clock because I like wanted to leave. And then I looked at the clock and I thought, okay, you just got 2 hours, and then you never have to come back. And by the end of the 2 hours, I was just in love with it. And then I, just kept doing it. And then eventually, I recorded some, like a lot of their ghost stories. But that reminds me, remember how we were talking about more organic interviews?
Hmm.
And because you don't have a real strict format, you can follow whatever happens, right?
Right.
Well, when I was down there, I knew I wanted to record ghost stories and to document people's oral histories and folklore and things like that,
Right. Right.
because a lot of it's not recorded and it gets lost with the passing of time. Well, so I started talking to people and recording them, and it ended up that a lot of them wanted to talk about electricity because they had just gotten electricity in that village in the 1980s.
Mm.
And they would talk about it, and most of them would say, oh yeah, it's great and we're glad we have electricity, but and there was all these things about how it made their life worse, because it used to be that the kids would come home, right, and it was only two streets. The village was like one block, and that was it.
Mm.
And the kids would come home when it was dark because they would get scared. We would tell them all these stories about witches that live in the jungle and stuff. I'm like, but now with the street lights, they can stay out a lot later, and the drunks can stay out and get drunk later and this and that. And it was really interesting. They would talk about like how the economy had changed and things like that. And it was funny because I was so hell bent on recording their ghost stories, which I did do. But really, if I would have been really strict about what I wanted to talk about, I would have missed this incredible like oral histories that they had about what the village was like before electricity, which
Mm.
they remembered very well. I mean, it was only a few decades ago. It wasn't, before their lifetime.
Right. Do you still have do you still I mean, I'm gonna say, do you still plan on, or are you intending on ever wanting to release some of those recordings about the stories you've that the villagers had shared with you about their experiences living out there from decades ago, or hearing these stories from decades ago, and where their experiences were at that point? Do you have some idea about how you want to go about using that, or is it all just private stuff that you keep for yourself to keep it for your own
Yeah,
personal records?
like that they told me was like real personal, and I wouldn't want them to like see it later and feel exploited or whatever.
Right.
So I would kind of edit out some of the more personal, like family stories that they told me
Yeah.
about, things that were a little more scandalous. But when I went down there, I was just like, oh, I've got this idea and I'm going to go record stories and blah, blah, blah. And I ended up being down there for, a year and a half or so. But I had never like filmed anything before, so I never got waivers or anything like that.
True.
So
Yeah.
I didn't even know that that was a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, and you want to hear something crazy? Have you ever
Yeah.
seen what they call those wish pigs? They have like three, they're like clay. I think they're Guatemalan, maybe.
It
And
sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I remember off the top of my head.
yeah. So it's this thing that like you can't buy it for yourself, but someone can give you one, and then it's good for one wish, right? And it's like a superstition thing
Right.
from Latin America. I'm not exactly sure where. Well, anyway, so I record these people's stories, and I started recording stories about how people fell in love, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember Doña Sabia, she didn't want to tell her story. And I kept saying, no, come on, you should tell it. And she's like, no, let my husband. So her husband tells this beautiful story about how they met and fell in love, right?
Mm-hmm.
And remember, this is a small kind of village. So it's like, it's a small pool of people, right? Many of whom are related. So he gets done with his, and the funny thing is she keeps interjecting and saying, that's not how it happened, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, tell, so she's on the side,
Yeah.
she doesn't want to get on camera. She's too shy.
Yeah.
She keeps interjecting because he keeps telling it wrong. So then finally he gets done, and we talk about a lot of stuff, and the cool thing was he's sitting on the ground and he's fixing a bicycle for one of the kids the whole time he's telling the story. So it's actually a really beautiful shot. But so then finally I'm like, Doña Oots, come on, tell me the story. And she's laughing. And so finally she's like, okay. And I say, so how, what's your version? How did y'all fall in love? She points at the house across the street and she goes, well, he lived in that house and I lived in this one, and we were the same age and we weren't cousins. So we got married. And that was it. He had told this beautiful, expect the woman to tell a big romanticized version. And he had the love story. And I asked her what her version, and she's like, well, he lived at this house and I lived at this, and we weren't cousins, so we got married.
Oh, it's so fucking funny.
Right? And then I had another Doña Cruz.
Man.
Doña Cruz and her husband, kind of the same thing. They were telling stories, and they got in an argument. And I have this film of whether they had 10 kids or 11. And she kept saying they had 11, and he kept saying they had 10. And so finally he starts rattling off the names, and then, but he wasn't counting. This is kind of sad, but he wasn't counting one that was stillborn. And she said, count it. He agreed with her once she brought that up. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. But it was funny at first that I thought they just couldn't keep track of how many kids they had. Yeah, it was really cool. Oh, so anyway, so I put so it took me a long time. I lived down there for probably 9 or 10 months before I ever asked to record anything, because I thought, oh, I'm going to go down there and everyone's going to love me and let me record their stories. No. When the white devil shows up, the last thing they want to do is like be friends with you right away, right?
Right.
Blame them. There's such a history of exploitation that no, you need to ingratiate yourself and be of help and be of service, and then for a long time before you ask them for anything, right?
Earn their trust, basically.
Yeah. And so when I finally did start, recording, it was a long ways in. Well, so I'm down there for a long time. I finally get to the point, I record, and then eventually I come home, and I have my little carry-on backpack, and that's it. Well, I get off the plane and my luggage doesn't. And I had put all of my tapes and everything under the plane, not thinking. And so it was my year and a half of hard work and probably 25 hours of footage. And so I was like, oh God. So I go to the airport people, and they're like, oh, it'll probably be on the next plane. What was on the next plane? So I sat and I waited, and they're like, lady, there's not going to be another plane coming in from there until tomorrow. Go home. And I was like, are you sure? And they're like, no, go home. Well, so I go to that airport every day and they're like, lady, like, we will call you. But I was like, it's got to be here, right? It wasn't. And they were like, you can't live at the airport. You need to go home, blah, blah,
Right.
blah. And 2 weeks after I got home, I get a call. So they didn't have phones in the village, but someone went into Merida, which is the closest city, and called me and let me know that Don Rach had died. And he was the one that I had recorded talking about how he fell in love. And he, he was an old man, but
Okay.
I was thinking, I captured this moment in time and it's fleeting. And even some of the people I recorded, or one person I recorded, isn't alive anymore. And I remember even thinking, could I even show up and be like, oh, hey, you know how you opened up to me? I lost it. Oops. Can you sit down and tell me all your stories again? Like, you
Yeah.
can't do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And I was heartbroken. And I remember after they called and said Don Rachid died, I just cried and cried. And I was laying down, and next to my bed was that little wish pig. And I grabbed it and I was like, please, if anything, like if this works, please, but it had been, 3 weeks or whatever. And I fell asleep and I woke up because my cell phone was ringing and I could feel like this sharp pain in my hand. And I opened my hand and I still had that damn clay pig in it. And it's 3 feet, because they all have 3 feet, not 4.
Yeah.
Or like pushing into my skin. And I was like, oh, that hurts, Well, I answered the cell phone and they're like, hey, Miss Eakin, this is the airport. We have your luggage. Like, it had been gone 3 weeks. And I fell asleep, like wishing on that wish pig. And then they called and said, hey, we have your luggage. Come get it. I don't even know how that happened after 3 weeks, but I went and all my footage was still there.
Interesting. Do you really believe that holding on to that pig?
I believed it. I think I was just desperate, but now I believe it because I'm like, where does your luggage go for 3 weeks? And it was all there.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And I wasn't superstitious about it to begin with, but I think after that happened, like, what is the chance, and maybe I'm crazy, maybe it is just a coincidence, but like, out of all that time, it's going to be an hour that I have that thing in my hand,
Yeah.
It was crazy.
I could see that perspective there too. Well, okay, so while you were there for you said a year and a half. Was it a year and a half you said you were there for? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you speak Spanish? Oh, so you kept going back and forth in between that period?
Like, no, in that year and a half, I stayed there.
Oh, I see.
Then
Okay.
I've gone back and just stay in the village with Doña Fina.
Okay. So did you speak Spanish when you got there, or did you already know Spanish before you got to that village?
Spanish. Yeah.
You spoke Spanish? Okay. So are you still fluent with it now then?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you started to learn about the history and understand the reason why they behave that way, did anything change on your perspective on how you probably looked at yourself in terms of, like, for example, you walked in earlier, you mentioned before you walked, like, oh, everyone's gonna love me. You had this perception about how people will look at you. And then when you arrived there, obviously something had changed for you along the way, but did you change in as far as how you look at yourself and how you interact with other people because of the experience you had for the year and a half you were staying there? Or did your perception change about how you looked at yourself and realized maybe I was a little too full of myself and I should, not do that anymore because I might give the wrong impression with who I'm talking to, because they may perceive me to be a certain way because I'm not respecting their space. I'm not respecting their history, if you will. So I'm wondering what may have changed for you that made you really have a change your overall look about how you look at yourself and then how you interact with other people, if that makes any sense for me.
Yeah. Well, I do think that I did tone myself down a lot when I realized, oh, okay, everyone's not going to just assume from the get-go that I'm magnificent, so but good for anybody,
Right.
Get knocked down a peg. But I think the biggest thing that was hard for me was at some point, kind of early on, well, after, so first, like the adults didn't want anything to do with me, and the kids would kind of yell, kind of cuss words and stuff at me, but they were
Mm,
being cool, you know? But once I started teaching, and I I realized that the grandparents spoke Mayan and operated in Mayan, right? And then the like parent generation understood it, but they would answer in Spanish,
mm,
right? And then the kids, they want nothing to do with the Mayan language.
mm.
And you see a lot of that here in the US, that like
Yeah.
the grand Spanish, the adults understand it, answer English, and the grandkids are like, what are you saying? You
Right.
know?
Yeah.
And so I thought that that was really sad, especially because you know, you think about imperialism and all this other stuff, and I thought, well, I'm down here and I'm teaching English, which wasn't what I set out to do. The kids were asking me, oh, how do you say this, how do you say that? And so I was teaching them because, hey, they want to know how to say hi in English or whatever. Cool. But then at some point I realized they don't speak Mayan, right? And I'm down here teaching them to speak English. Like I don't want to be part of a problem for them, for cultural diffusion and all this other stuff. And so I went to some of the older people that I was real friendly with and said, hey, let's structure some lesson plans, and you can teach Mayan. Like I'll have one day where I teach English, and then I'll show you like the format for teaching greetings and then teaching colors and things like that. And you can teach them Mayan. And they laughed and they were like, why? You can't make any money, speaking Mayan. And I said, yeah, but, and they said, if they speak English, they can go get jobs with the tourists.
Mm,
I said, yeah, but, you're losing your culture and this and that. And to them, like that concept was kind of foreign, you know what I mean?
mm.
And so for a while, I had a moral conundrum and I didn't want to teach them, right? Because I thought, they're losing their culture and I'm over here just spreading mine. But then I realized if they want to learn, no matter what they want to learn, knowledge, you're never going to be worse off for having more knowledge. And it's not for me to say, oh, well, I think that this is worth it. Like they need to be allowed to make their own decision. And I can't say, no, I think it would be better if you knew less because then you're going to be like this. And this is what I think is worthwhile. Right. Like
Right.
it's not for me to impose my judgment. And so even though to me, I wish that we would have done one day English lesson, one day Mayan lesson, the
Mhm.
reality, I couldn't say, oh no, I'm going to impose not ignorance, but like, oh, I refuse to teach you something because it fits in my little box better that y'all, you know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
shitty. So, that was I think that was the hardest thing of all of it was the fact that I was down there because I wanted to preserve the culture, right? Record their ghost stories that maybe aren't being written down. And then they're preserved somewhere. And then here I was actively participating in something that wasn't preserving their culture.
Right.
But ultimately I said, if kids want to learn no matter what it is, and if I said, oh no, I refuse to teach you English, that wasn't going to make them learn to speak Mayan, right?
Right.
So I'm not the boss of them. That was the thing I had to realize is that even though I had majored in anthropology and I had this frame of reference that, oh, I think culture should be preserved and this and that, like I can't come in and tell people how to live, right?
True.
Like it's egocentric for me to say, oh, well, and they're just trying to survive, right?
Right.
And so, yeah, but that was one of the things that was kind of tough because
You
you just don't know like what's right or what's wrong.
I really do appreciate you sharing that here with me because this is the thing about I think with a lot of people who get this misconception of how because I know I fall into this as well too where you have to preserve it so you have to implement these sort of lessons, if you will, that to keep, certain respects of culture, whatever the case may be. I grew up, I'm Hispanic, but my family have spoken to me in Spanish growing up as a kid. And I've always responded back in Spanish, but then there was a period of time where I just did not want to reply at all in Spanish because it became a job rather than a privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Translate for me. And I'm like, oh, you've been here in this country for 50 years. You can't speak one word of English for me to have to translate. So it became like a hassle for me to do that because that was the position that I was in. But I've always been used to just having to be forced this rather than this is a privilege. We want you to understand this language, so we're going to teach it to you, whatever. It was always like an obligation rather than an experience, if you will. To some extent, it was in a lot of ways, but when you said that, it actually got me thinking about how I looked at myself because my son, because I have a kid here as well, and I spoke to him in Spanish when he was a little kid. He's 15 now, but I spoke to him in Spanish, and my Spanish isn't the greatest, but it's not the worst either. But it definitely needed a lot of work, and I noticed that the thing that I was doing to him was that I was forcing it on him rather than letting him be open to it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think that when you come out and learn that and share that here, to me, it teaches me a lot about how to respect people's spaces and respect their how they what they choose to want to go through rather than being having to be forced into that here. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think when I'm listening to you talk now more often here, I actually respect you a whole lot more. I'm not saying I didn't respect you before, but hearing you share this here gives me a different perspective of you as a person that I think um, says a lot about you. And I think why a lot of other people you've worked with here respect you because I'm assuming from that experience that changed your whole regime about how you go about in approaching things when it comes to these set of projects you're working on here because you understand the value of time, but you also understand the value of not imposing your values or your set of beliefs, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think though, if you hadn't gone through that, and I know it's kind of maybe not a fair question to ask, but do you think if you hadn't gone through that, that maybe the projects that you worked on now, say for example like Rosebud or in this case Frog, do you think they might have your perception how you wrote the story and how you wanted to how you envisioned the film? Do you think something would have changed along the way if you hadn't learned and gone through those experiences you had down in Mexico?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think that I feel like everything that I've gone through has informed my creative works, right? Because so much of it is based on things that I've seen or experienced, right?
Right.
And I also think, kind of to go back to that thing that when I went down there, I had a real clear vision of what I thought was interesting and the ghost stories, and let's record that. But then when I gave them the freedom, to just talk and I would just, whatever they wanted to talk about, I would listen to and record. I realized if I had been rigid, some of the most fascinating stuff I never would have heard.
Right.
And I feel like it's the same with Redbud and Frog, that had I been very rigid about the shot list or, the actions of the actors, no, you have to pick everything up out of the yard, or, oh, you have to say just like this, or you know what I mean? Like, if I had been too rigid about that, I would have missed out on what Tom Hallam brought to the table,
Right.
right?
Right.
Because I would have said, hey, you have to do exactly like I say. Yeah, he would have done it, but I would have missed out. And if I would have told Mike Osmond, hey, I've got this shot list, this is how I envision it, just point and shoot exactly what I'm telling you, I would have missed out on all of the artistry of his shots
Right.
and he brought to it. And I think that I did learn that when I was in Patak because, it was just another example of letting people's own input, flourish. And it's infinitely more interesting than anything I would come up with.
Yeah. So what I wanted to get into next year with you then is with one of my favorite scenes in Frog, but this leads into the music as well too. But I'm going to start with the children here because to me, I remember the first time I saw the film, I was like, oh, this is like a direct reference of Stand By Me, where instead
Yeah.
of finding a dead body, they found a live body.
Yes.
Okay, so I remember
And
seeing. Go
interview
on.
when you said that in your interview with Tom, I was like, yes, he got it.
Yeah.
And you want so cute. So the kid who wore the green shirt, his name is Magnus Xavier Bishop. And when I was talking to the parents about bringing wardrobe choices, I mentioned Stand By Me. And I said, in the movie, it is going to be a period piece, Frog's flashback, right?
Mhm.
Can't have it be current. And I said, for the short film, it kind of doesn't have to be period specific because it's not in the context of it being a flashback.
Mhm.
But I would like it to be look a little more 80s. And I said, it's kind of, I'm paying homage to Stand By Me, which is one of my top favorite movies. And Magnus, and I told him this like, only 2 days before we were going to shoot. And he went and he rented Stand By Me and he watched it. And then when he got to set, he said, he was so cute. And he said, so you like Stand By Me? And I said, yes. And he said, who's your favorite character? And I said, I don't know. Maybe Gordy. And I said, but I don't know. I always go back and forth because, Vern is real funny too.
Yeah.
That I like Teddy Duchamp because he went through all this stuff. Oh, hey, honey. He said, I like Teddy Duchamp because he went through all this stuff. And that's why I chose the green shirt. And he said, that's why I chose the green shirt is because Teddy wore a green shirt.
Mhm.
But it was so cute that he had seen the movie and that he liked it. And it was cute because he also said that he wants to direct one day. And I think he'll do it.
Yeah.
And I think he'll do it because on set, he was so interested in, he stayed out of the way. He wasn't like a kid who was like in the damn way, but he was side and you could see he was studying how we set up the shots.
Right.
And he was studying about getting the reverse. And he would, everything we were doing, he would respectfully stay out of the way, but he was close enough and he was watching everything. And you could tell that he was just as interested in what the crew does as what he was doing as an actor. And so then when he told me he wants to direct, I thought, he's going to, because
Yeah.
he's very interested in, and he was a little workhorse too. He didn't, it was hot as hell out there. And all
Yeah.
three of the kids, it wasn't too long of a shoot because the sun moves. You don't have that much time in the
Yeah.
first place. But it still was a lot of takes of the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask about the kids because you already mentioned me about Max here, but the one thing I remember distinctly about the movie that I really did enjoy was the so you have the three kids, the two older ones are clearly bantering back and forth, and there's actually one specific. I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but when Frog gets up and the kids are waving and giving the fist bump, I forgot who it was. I've seen him so many times. But I forget this little detail here. But one of the kids shoves the other kid, and he almost trips over. And I remember thinking, like, I wonder what really happened there because what I was curious about was obviously it wasn't intentional for that to happen that way. But I'm curious if you, as a director, may have said, "Hey, be very careful what you just did right there because you could have hurt this guy, and we need to do that shot again. So do not do that." But a part of me wondered at the same time that because it looks so authentic that you kept that shot for that reason, if that makes any sense. So I'm curious to see what that side of the story was because I found it to be really fascinating about that that little nugget that I noticed. I remember I noticed it the first time around. I was like, this kid could have been like really hurt, scratched up with the legs and tripping over that railing there. So, but I mean, I'm not trying to say that the other kid meant to hurt him, but I'm just curious about if you can share that experience of what you saw there and if that was intentional for you to keep it for those reasons.
It was intentional for me to keep it. I hate to admit, but it didn't even occur to me to be like, hey, be careful, you could hurt him.
Okay.
Like, I was so thrilled because it looked so good. I
Yeah.
was like, it's great. It was just such an organic kid moment. But yeah, it wasn't until like just now they bring it up that I probably should have told them not to push each other. But yeah, it was just real organic and it was really good. And it just, the way they fed off each other. And we only did that shot twice. I think that was the first take. And then we got another one for coverage. But yeah, that one was good. And also, I don't know if you noticed this, and maybe you can only see it when it's on the like a movie screen.
Mhm.
Very end, when all four of them are walking down the tracks, at the top of the screen, there was a hawk that's flying
I
at the
don't think I recall seeing that, no.
and I was and I didn't notice when we were filming because I was looking at the actors. And then later when I looked at the footage on the take that we chose, there's a hawk that's just kind of flying like that in the top. It was really
Interesting.
cool.
Never
Yeah.
noticed it. I actually, I'm gonna look back at it and watch it again for that reason
Yeah.
as well. Okay, so let me go back real quickly about that sequence there because one of my favorite moments in the film was when the little kid who says he's alive, they all run over him. They break the news that he's, it's a good thing the trains don't run on Sundays or something to that effect.
Yeah.
But the little kid, I think, had one of the most heartwarming scenes. It's going to sound very cliche for me to say this because I don't like to sound this way, but I do really do mean this here. But that little kid, um, if he hadn't set it the way that he did, and you didn't get the shot set up the way that it was that you had done it on that in that film, I don't know if I would have had the same impact that I would have had if it wasn't for that little kid. I don't remember what his name was. I've read the credits before, but the name escapes me right now. But the
He's
way
just
he
Del McLean.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he, I think, is, in my opinion, is the secret ingredient to the entire film because of that one little scene right there where he says, "You're gonna be okay." And then we see
Yeah.
Frog looking back, and I was like, that's the part where I almost cried, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because that's where I felt like that if it wasn't for that one little moment there, I'm not saying the film wouldn't have worked as well. It still did work, but having that one little ingredient there really made everything much more impactful for me personally. Again, it
Yeah.
sounds very cliche for me to say this here, but I don't know any other way going around it here. But I was really curious about that because when I'm not sure if when you had thought of the idea of like what could I'm curious to see what it was that you're intending on having to have a closure for that particular story there, and to have, did you have an intention to have that emotional impact that you felt like it could have for someone to watch that, or was it just for yourself, like this might be a good idea to keep it in, to have this in there, and we'll see how it plays out in the final cut here?
Yeah. So this is kind of like down the rabbit hole, but you know how Sheriff Jones, like nobody can figure out what he is because he's been there for forever.
Yeah.
So Josiah's character is supposed to be kind of like Sheriff Jones. And in the film, Sheriff Jones at some point says, "You're going to be okay." But he's going to say it the same way as the little boy. And you'll notice when the kids are walking around, the two older ones never actually say anything to Josiah.
No.
And
Yeah.
off, they don't happen to notice. So you half wonder, is Josiah real to them? And he goes and kicks Frog, and but did the kids run over there because Josiah said he's alive, or did they run over there because for some reason the man on the tracks woke up, right? So
Mm.
in the bigger story, Josiah's more of this I haven't decided quite yet if the kids actually see him or not, right?
So you're more like kind of like a guardian angel to some degree.
Like a guardian angel. And so
Interesting.
he's with the kids, and then he goes and he kicks Frog in the ribs and then turns and says he's alive. But if you look, he interacts with Frog and they have lines together, or he says something to Frog, but the kids never actually acknowledge him, right? Like they're all
Yeah.
walking together and you assume they're together. Another little interesting fact is the way I originally wrote it when it was a short story before I meshed it in with Redbud. Originally, it was two boys, and one of the boys had his little brother tagging along, right?
Right.
And so the kids were going to be the same ethnicity, right? Like, well, the little one had to be the same ethnicity. And I remember I had cast Magnus and Xander Tracy. Xander Tracy was the other kid, and he was brilliant, by the way. Every take he did, he was just natural. He never, He was just good. He knew what he was doing. Well, so I had cast those two, and I really, something about Josiah, I just really liked him, and I thought, that he's not the little brother, right? But then I just decided, you know what? It doesn't have to be little brother. I want this kid,
Right.
and there aren't any lines that say they're a little brother. That's just the way I'd envisioned it. But then I decided to change that part because I didn't think them being siblings was as important. And it could be just another little kid that's tagging along, right?
Right.
Um,
Interesting.
but
Interesting.
yeah, so I was like, I really want to cast him, and I'm not hell bent on them being biologically related or whatever. So
You know, when when I do go back to watch the film, I'll be honest, because I've seen the movie, I mean, several times, but yeah, at this point, well over 25 times, and it's no joke. I've seen it so much, but I go back and watch the film, and because since I've seen enough of it, I always go back to the scenes that I connect with the most, and that's one of the one of me. Well, yeah, it's one of the scenes I connect with the most here. Apart from when Maria reads off that last part of the letter, where when it's 5 a.m., hear the train track. I love that part too, but that one particular scene, in my opinion, because to me, and you let me know if I'm wrong with this here, because again, initially before I knew about the whole full story of Rosebud here, I was under the impression that this was going to be a film solely focused on Frog, and then we get to see his journey. So, because of that one little character who gives him comfort from from what he was going through the night before, and how, what now he's waking up to, and the sun is out. It's the you look at the train tracks, and there's like a clear path for him to walk down, whichever path he wants to go here to. That's kind of the metaphor that I got. But I'm wondering, if at any point when you finalize everything there, did you ever consider possibly removing all the other aspects of the story? So, you know what, I think I'm going to focus on this one here, because the way everything turned out, we have something we can go off just on his story alone. Or did you think that with the way that everything turned out, it more or less just serves as a purpose of showcasing what the story could be, but just isolating it on focusing on one character rather than doing an overall picture surrounding with all the other characters that are surrounded that are part of this story? Because quite frankly, I honestly thought that if you were going to be focusing on Frog, you had a really good story to focus on here with him about him pursuing his passion, if you will. But then when I'm looking at when I'm reading the script, a part of me wonders what happened to his story after that incident. Obviously, we know where he's at now, but he's still a truck driver, or he is a truck driver now. I'm curious that if you felt like, should you have to come up with an answer for what had happened in between that period where Frog was want to pursue his passion, but now he is doing something the opposite of what we expected him, if that makes any sense. So I'm curious to get your perspective on that, because that's actually the only one thing about the script that I remember reading where I had the most question on was Frog's story.
yeah, so what Frog ends up doing is he becomes a truck driver
Right.
because that's an acceptable. So basically, he lets outside opinions kill his dream, which I think a lot of artists do, right?
Right.
It's like I asked earlier, like, what if your film isn't well received? How are you going to deal with it, right?
Right.
And so when he pitched his idea of becoming a writer, it wasn't well received, and he let it destroy him, right?
Right.
Because, like he says in the short film, he can't imagine being happy without her.
Right.
But then if he needs to do to have her, he also won't be happy, because then he gave up his dream. And that's why he decides to commit suicide, because he said there is no option where I'm not miserable for giving something up, either my dream or the girl, right?
Right.
So in the script, they make allusions to the fact that he has girlfriends in multiple counties, right? So he's basically the rejection from Maria. He decides to never let another woman get him that low again, right?
Mm.
So he does give up his dream, but then that doesn't get her back. And so he has a girlfriend in every town, and he's this truck driver, and he gets around, never does settle down. And that's why they're so surprised when he tells them the story of what happened.
Interesting. Okay.
Frog, I would like because he's such a romantic character,
Yeah.
and especially after seeing Tom play him,
Yeah.
you fall in love with the character even more.
Yeah.
And he is so poetic. He says, "I'll be nothing more than a creature of myth," and things
Yeah.
like that. You do want him to make it, right? And you're like, please just let this guy do it. The problem is, if he does, then it won't serve as, in the Redbud um feature, he's the cautionary tale of why she shouldn't stick around, right?
Yeah.
Because he gave up on his dreams, and he's, older and regrets it now. And so he's the cautionary tale of, hey, Rose, this is what you're choosing. And, I let somebody get me down, and, I was fixated on that, and that was the wrong thing for me to do. So if it were to turn out okay for Frog, then he would no longer be the cautionary tale, right?
Right.
If everything turned out okay for him, then he would have no reason to go tell Rose, like, hey, I made this life mistake. Do not follow in my footsteps. You know what I mean? So he has to let his dream go so that he can serve as a cautionary tale for her.
Interesting. That's very interesting. I actually like that. I actually like a lot more now that I think about it here. Well, and I hope you're okay with me bringing this up here because there is something you said in the text, and I hope you're willing to discuss it with me, that you felt like the character of Rose was the least interesting because all the other characters surrounding her have the most interesting story to tell, but they're not necessarily the main focus. So I'm actually curious about where you along the way discovered that for yourself, where you realize that something may have to change for you to be able to change up the that side of this story here for Rose, where you may feel like that I need to spruce it up a little bit more for her in these areas to make her story much more interesting because she's more or less the focus, but everyone else around her is the supplement to help tell the story. So I'm curious to see how you feel about that now, and if you have any intention of possibly making some major changes on the way to help tell Rose's story more effectively for yourself.
Right. So I think it was when I was expanding on June and her story, and I was writing the scene where she's putting the squares of hay for the cows to eat.
Hmm. Hmm.
Buck comes, and then
Yeah,
she
yeah,
also that amazing fit in the feed store.
yeah,
Um, and then she snaps out of it, and she's her character. She's got like Farrah Fawcett hair, and she's very vain. Her vanity is like her superpower. So
yeah.
even though
Mm,
she's on a farm, she puts her hair in rollers, and she'll go out there and she'll work the farm. She's tough as nails, but she's gonna look really good doing it, right? Which is kind of bizarre, right?
I know that.
That's
I
her
know.
whole thing
Yeah.
here is she puts on this front, and if she can fool people, like if she looks like she's got it all together and she's doing okay, it's like fake it till you make it, right?
Right. Right.
And so in the feed store, when she completely loses her shit, um, then she realizes what she did, and she kind of, straightens herself up and goes to the cashier and says, "I'd like to pay with a check," and pretends it never fucking happened, right? Like
Right.
she
Right.
acted insane. But she's so vain. She won't just be like, "Yeah, I'm flipping out. What the fuck? Like, quit fucking looking at me," right? Like to her, she won't do that. Instead, immediately it didn't happen, right? She's in denial, and she just puts on, her big girl panties, and, acts like nothing happened.
Mm,
But when I was writing that stuff, and about kind of like what goes on with her and Buck and their chemistry, which is undeniable, um, I realized that she was more interesting. And then I thought, well, hell, Pearl's more interesting too, you
yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And Pearl, she's like me. She has, she's kind of crass, right? Like
Yeah.
she, but she always does the right thing.
Yeah.
And that's about Pearl, is out of all the characters, she's actually the one who always does the right thing. And so even though she's the most rough around the edges and on face value, you're like, man, this redneck woman and she's rude as hell, right?
Yeah.
But her mouth doesn't match her actions, right? Which I think is kind of the same with me because I cuss more than I should, but I'm a really nice lady, right? And I think how Pearl is, right?
Right. Right.
Like she gave up more than anybody to look after Rose. She willed herself to not cross over. And she stayed in that bloodstained dress for 2 decades in that kitchen to watch this little girl grow up when nobody else would stick around. And so she's got a mouth on her, and she and Frog, they tease each other a lot, right? They talk
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
lot of each other, but they really like each other. But the she's, and also she makes reference, part of the reason they don't send for CPS is that Pearl grew up and that kind of system, and she
Yeah.
doesn't want to go through it. And so she's got a very interesting story. So as I started to explore that, and then Frog undeniably is, he's got his, inner conflicts. And so I think they all have these backstories that are very rich and very, complicated. And Rose is the only one that kind of doesn't have a backstory, but that's because she's too chicken shit to make any choices, right? Like
Hmm.
life, or, oh, okay, it's like this now. Okay. Well, it's like this now. Okay. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
she doesn't play victim, but she does just kind of let life happen to her. And she's not self assured enough to, well, she's self assured enough to throw rocks, but not self assured enough to take a true risk, right? And
Right.
to and allow herself to fail. And
Yeah.
easier to stay on the farm. And I think that even though she's the least interesting, that in a way it kind of has to be that way, that it's like she's stagnant, right?
Yeah.
She's stuck here. And if she was having a very interesting existence that was, rewarding, then it would be like, ah, she doesn't need to leave the farm, you know? But yeah, it is funny because it did start out as a story about this girl who was pining over a boy, and then it ended up, and that's also why I changed the name from Texas Rose to Redbud, is I think it becomes more about the town, right? And it's about these different people in their lives, and their one connection is Rose, right? And so she's, the conduit for all of this.
Interesting. Here's what I wanted to ask you about with this story too, because I was curious about the runtime, because when I read the script, I told you before when we were messaging that it was the script that I got was 64 pages. And I think later on you mentioned that you added about 2, 3, 4 more pages, if I recall correctly.
Mhm.
Um, did you purposely write the story for it to be, because I'm assuming that, because I've read some scripts, not a lot, but reading this one here, when I timed it in my head, I'm like, this probably runs about an hour, some change, if that. So I'm curious if that was the intention, to write it for that length of time here, and then probably if assuming that you're going to go into production with this here, that certain things will be fleshed out, which would add on more time, But I'm not sure if that was the intention, or if you still intending on adding with those additional rewrites in the new script you have, if that was the intention to purposely flesh out those details to make the film longer, or I mean, if that was, I'm not sure what the intention was as far as what your thought process was for the runtime.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get it longer.
Okay.
Yeah, because 1 hour is really weird, right?
Yeah.
Like, to be a short film, it's too short to be a feature. So I'm hoping to get about 20 more pages,
Okay.
maybe not 20, but like 15. The thing I agree with you that it's about a little bit over an hour right now.
Mhm.
Dialogue that I write is very snappy. Like it's kind of paced like comedy, a lot of it, the back and forth.
Oh, I
But
can see that. Yeah.
but I think there are scenes like the frog scene, the short film was 11 minutes and the script was something like 3 pages, right? Which
Yeah.
normally you get a minute, but a lot of it was, you know, letting it breathe and letting him have these moments in the driving around and things like that. So there are moments in it that are longer, like when Pearl crosses over, and there's a scene that's not in your copy, but where Sheriff Jones, I'm not sure if I'm going to have it be Sheriff Jones or Frog, but one of the two of them is going to be sitting on their front porch and, just having a cocktail, and it's, late at night. And Pearl has gone into the field and they're looking out over their field and they see the fireflies, and one of them comes up and hovers in front of them, and they know that Pearl's crossed over, right? It'll probably be Sheriff Jones because he's more ethereal. And he says "Bye, Pearl," which is a scene that only has one line, but it's got this time built in of, him realizing what's happened by watching the cues in nature, right? But yeah, I would like for it to be I hate long movies. I don't care what it is. 2.5 watching it.
Really?
You know what I mean? Yes.
Why is it for you? Why do you hate lengthy films of that sort?
I don't know.
You don't have the tolerance for that at all?
Out of that. Well, I think because I get cold easily and I just have memories of being stuck in a theater and I'm freezing cold. I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. The worst was that movie AI. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, I saw that movie.
And that little boy keeps dying and you keep thinking, thank God the credits are going to roll.
Yeah.
And then he lives and you're like, oh, get me out of here. That movie, I don't know what it was, but that was the movie that I was like, okay, I am not the woman for long movies. You know what I mean?
So even at the comfort of your own home, you can't sit around. If you have the right temperature setting, watch a 2.5 hour from 3 hour movie, you still can't sit through it.
No, I can and I do, but then I'm
Okay.
like, that could have been shorter.
Okay.
I just feel like it's such a big commitment to give you 3 hours of my life that I won't get back. You know what
I see.
about all like, yeah, long movie. So I don't want a lot of like self-indulgent that like
I got you.
I think it is. I think it's action movies.
Okay.
Because the action sequences are so fucking long. And then it's always like a superhero that's saving a girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you watch like 1,000 people die in the process because cars are crashing and you're like, okay, they died. And then, a train flips over or whatever. And you're like, okay, everybody on board died. And so you're kind of like maybe I'm the only one who does this, but you're keeping a body count and you're like, you should have just let Lois Lane die. Like, you just killed 4,000 people to save this one girl who can't keep herself out of trouble. Like, I don't know. It bothers me. It just bothers me. I'm just,
Sure.
it just drags on and on with these outrageous actions. I don't know. I guess I just don't like I don't like action films and I don't like long films and I really don't like long action films.
But I take it you weren't a fan of Man of Steel then. That's what from understanding here then.
I don't think I saw it.
Oh, okay. That was pretty much like that from what you
I think
described there. I think it's a great movie, by the way. But yeah,
I was like, I know that boat sinks and I don't like crying. So I was like, no, thank you.
So what is actually for you your favorite movie? Because you said Stand By Me is one of your top favorite movies of all time. But what's the one film for you that you look at you keep in such high regard that is considered to be your favorite of all time for yourself?
I think so. It's kind of like a tie between, have you ever seen Harvey? It's like an old ass black and white movie with,
No.
yeah, so it's an old black and white movie. And with Jimmy Stewart or James Stewart. And then the other one that's tied with is Moonrise Kingdom.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, watch it like a million times. And I always think like the cinematography, like Wes Anderson, like his films, which I don't like all of them, but But what I like is you could take any one of his films and at any random moment push pause and print it out and frame it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
every shot is beautiful. And I like his use of color. And I like that, I don't know, but for Moonrise Kingdom, I just like the story.
Yeah.
It's musical. And every time when the little kids, as much as I say I don't like crying, when they're about to jump
Yeah.
and she's saying the water's shallow and they're about to jump and then he stops her and says, just in case we don't make it, I just want to tell you, thank you for marrying me. Ugh, like I want to cry right now saying it. And I cry every time I see that because it's just so sweet, right?
Yeah.
And then also like it's just fucking funny,
Yeah.
and it's beautiful. So that's the one that I could watch over and over and over. And I like it because it's kind of, whimsical and she takes her little cat everywhere and the little boy is an artist and he paints and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably my favorite. That one and Harvey. And Harvey I just like because, well, one, I like just kind of old movies, like
Mhm.
Arsenic Case and like Cary Grant movies, things like that. But this one is just about a guy who sees a puka, which is like a mythological creature that's usually way larger in size and only shows itself to one person. And Harvey is a 6 foot tall white rabbit that he sees, and no one else can see it. So everyone thinks he's crazy. And I won't ruin the end for you because you should watch it. But it's cool because he's like just this drunk that has inherited a lot of money, and his family is being supported by him. So they put up with his antics, but they all think he's nuts and they all think he's crazy because he walks around talking to the 6 foot tall white rabbit that no one else can see.
I'm not sure if I ever heard of that movie, but I'm gonna try to look for it now to see if I can watch it. And I'll let you know for sure when I get around watching it what I think of the film because what you just described is rather interesting. For some reason, I have a slight I made a slight comparison to Donnie Darko with kind of this somewhat similar concept. I don't know if you ever seen that movie with Jake Gyllenhaal. That's a movie. I'm not saying it's a hard film to watch. It's a hard film to watch because it doesn't leave you with a lot of answers. You have to kind of figure it out on your own, and what you see is what you get, and it's going to be your perception at the end of the day. But Donnie Darko has somewhat of a similarity in that respect, where there's a rabbit out there, but this rabbit is black rather than what we get in Harvey. So, if you ever get around to watching that, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that movie because that's a very, very interesting film, which I think a lot of people put in such high regard. I think it's a good movie, but I wouldn't go as far as saying this is an amazing film. But it definitely is an interesting movie. So I'd be really curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, of
so
course.
so I'm glad you brought that up here because I know we kind of went all over the place with where we were starting off here, but I wanted to ask you about the music because so with Frog, that was the second thing apart from Tom's performance that sold me on the movie. But then I also watched the Rosebud compilations that you shot, and I love the music in that one as well too. So I think if I recall correctly, I messaged you and I thought and I said to you that I love the choice of music you made. And I think you mentioned that you gave the credit to your editor Mike. If is
It
that
was
right?
Dave Osmond.
Okay.
Yeah. And he wrote that song um that's in it, and he composed it, he wrote everything, and then he actually laid down every track. He played the guitar, and then he recorded the vocals, and then he recorded the drums, and then he recorded the whistling, all of it he um recorded and just put it all together. Like he didn't have a band with him and just go in the studio and all go at once. He did every single instrument and
Did you
laid.
have did you ever say anything about how the music was gonna be playing itself out, or did you give him full free reins to come up with the composition for him to input in the movie? Because I'm curious to see how much input you had in that respect when it came to the music.
Yeah, so originally I had a friend who has a song that I liked that I had used in a test shoot I did at one point. And I showed them the test shoot and said, hey, I got permission to use this song before. I can probably get it again, blah, blah, blah. And then Mike said, you should probably have something created just for this. And my brother, is a musician and he can do it. And I said, oh, great, even better. And so I talked to the brother and we agreed that it should be country and that it should be Texas country, which is its own.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to.
And other than that, I just said, okay, let's see what you do. And then I was blown away. I was absolutely blown away. And so that was really great. And especially because he and Mike worked together throughout the editing to hit certain emotional beats. It's not just like there's music under it. Certain different parts and the change in the music or the change in the lyrics really do go with what Frog is going through in that moment.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I with that. And Dave did the sound on set, and he has wolf-like hearing, because there would be times that he'd be like, oh wait, there's a plane. And granted, he has, the headphones on, but you're still just like, what are you telling? You don't hear anything. But he was very particular and he was very, very good about that. So that I was very happy. But then when I found out, because we had already been on set and we were in post whenever we started discussing music. And so I'd already worked with Dave and, really liked him. And then when I heard that he could compose, I was like, yeah, if he's willing to do it. And he was. So I was just real, real thrilled. And I don't know if you've listened to the lyrics, but
I have, and not for a while, but I have listened to lyrics before. It's pretty on point with what's actually going on with that scene. Yeah, I recall that.
and so it just, and he says, how far is too far to drive, and Frog's driving around aimlessly.
Yeah.
And then, it starts out, candles are gone from the table. The pictures are down from the wall. Basically, like, okay, we're not together, you're taking the mementos away. And then the final scene or the final line of the song before Frog lays back on the tracks is he goes back to the beginning and says, but much more slowly, candles are gone from the table, pictures are down off the wall. And then he lays down and, but yeah, I was thrilled, and I couldn't believe he did every single, and thank God he did. I mean, I couldn't afford to pay a band probably to come, learn a song and play it and everything. So I was very, very glad to have his talent.
It's amazing because, so I'm going to kind of jump ahead here because when you, I'm going to say this here because again, I don't believe in putting things in the universe, but I do believe in that if you guys stick with it and find the right opportunities to make this happen, that I do believe that if you bring them back to work on this film, that I seriously do believe they'll still have the same magic that we got with that short film, because I honestly, I was looking for that song everywhere on YouTube. I was like, what's the name of the song? I couldn't find it. So one of the reasons I would just go back and watch the movie again is to listen to the music, because I've seen the film many times. Like, okay, now I'm just gonna listen to the music and enjoy the sound that the connection that I got with it here. So there's so many layers about the movie that I can go off and into a tangent about what I love about it. Because if I'm being honest here, not that I was intending on doing this, but I remember looking back, I love this movie so much, but have I found anything that I didn't like about the film at all?
Mm-hmm.
Truthfully, I don't think I have, and I'm not, and it wasn't my intention to do that here. Nor have I found anything here. But I think the only thing I remember being somewhat critical of here was, quite frankly, it's just a minor nitpick, was the editing choice where the kids were running from when the kid's name is Josiah. Is that correct?
I is the youngest one.
Right. So when he says he's alive, that one snap where the editing happened, where they're running, the sound of the ground or them running on the rocks, that was the only thing that I picked out, that I was like, they could have worked on that. But again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful by any means here.
Not match with the footsteps.
Right. That's what that was the only nitpick that I had, quite frankly.
It was it that it didn't match, or that you just didn't like the sound?
I remember feeling it didn't match up. That was the only
Oh,
thing that came across here. They did for some reason I felt like that didn't really match up that well. But again, when I'm pointing this out, I'm trying to be very careful how I say this because I don't want to be. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody about this, but I went back to watch the movie only one time to see is there anything that I did not notice that maybe I because when I watch it with such high regard. Like this is a masterpiece. I really mean when I say it's a masterpiece of a short film that I've come across here. I've told Tom too before, and I'm sure you've heard it before that this is one of my favorite movies I've come across in the last couple of years because I think it's that good. But because stuck with that the entire time I kept going back to watch the movie, I never intended on looking for a nitpick, but it did cross my mind. But if there was one, what would it be? And that was the only thing I found that I walked away with thinking that, yeah, the sound didn't work. It didn't work well with them running and how his count came
yeah.
up. That was the only thing that I came across with
That
here.
now. I never noticed that, but now I want to go see. But that's not bad. Like if that's the one thing you didn't like I'm
Yeah,
totally that. That's
yeah.
awesome.
But again, like I said before, that's not the intention for me to point that out to be disrespectful here on that. But so here's what I want to say with you in closing with this here because I said to you earlier that when I came across this here, I told you before that I came across because I was looking for interviews that I could find on Tom Hallam for me to get some insight about him, and then one thing led to another, and that led to Frog, and I was enamored with the movie from the very beginning. And you know, I truly do love this movie. And when you had given me the opportunity to share more of the story, it was a privilege. Like I really felt honored that you were willing to open up and share these stories with me. And now here we are conversing about it and sharing more background with your journey in the film and other aspects of your life as well too. That I found to be rather fascinating. But the thing for me is that I felt like that I've learned the most from this conversation is not necessarily about the film in itself, but really about you as a person, about how you have conducted yourself along the way. That when I watch something that a person does, I always try to find something that I can connect with you but I also want to learn who's behind the scenes that I could take from that I could connect with them outside of the film or outside of the music, whatever the case may be, because I want to see if there's something that I can hear that I have something that I can relate to, if that makes any sense.
Hmm.
Honestly, since I had nothing to go by with here, um, that's the beauty about the conversation we're having is that I felt pretty confident in having seen what I've seen and having Tom shared your story and getting those little nuggets that I've come across. How he wanted to, you compensating for his time, he would have worked for free, and you didn't want to, do that for a number of reasons you shared before. Those are the little things that I took away from that I've learned about you as a person that I held on to that I could use as more or less as a way. Well, how can I start off the conversation here to kind of more or less figure out how we're going to go from there? Because there's no structure about how I like to go about things. It just like to see, kind of get a feel for the person by starting off in a spot where we can be comfortable, and then depending how the conversation go, expand on it and go these different directions, see how you react and how I react and so on. I have learned a lot about you, but I've always been very fortunate to learn a lot about myself in a conversation about how you conduct yourself in certain situations that I believe are very important that I wouldn't have not learned if I hadn't asked, if I hadn't, taken the chance of just going down that rabbit hole, if you will, of how you as a person conduct yourself under those situations that I find really fascinating. That I hope that as time goes by, some one day may come across this interview and listen to your story. And I really do hope that you have gotten Rosebud made the way you want to make it. And it's not only just well received, but it does very well in terms of the box office returns, if that makes sense, if depending how the film gets released, that people will connect with that story. And then in turn will help be able for you to work on other projects that you also want to work on to be able to expand on your arsenal, if you will. I think that if someone looks back at this and hears your story, that they can learn a lot about themselves listening to your story. And then in turn, whatever path they want to take, that will be able to help them figure out what works best for them. Not necessarily to use as inspiration, but to really to help them to understand how they would feel about the situations you've been in and how they would have dealt with that. And in turn, learn something about themselves along the way. So I feel like this is one of the most intriguing conversations I've ever had on the show here. I would love to have a lot more with you. And to be completely frank with you, I hope you don't mind me saying this here, but if you ever get to shoot the movie one day, I would love to be there to witness it because I really believe that with what you are going to do,
Yeah,
it's going to be some magic here.
yeah, I would love that. I would love that.
Yeah.
I I feel like you get it and you like believe in it, which is really cool to talk to somebody, who gets it. And I never would have thought it would be somebody on the East Coast. But it's really cool that it's resonated with you. And
Yeah.
also the other thing that I can say from watching your other interviews, you really fight, well, not fight for, but like you really celebrate and try to promote people starting out. And I think that is so cool because most everyone's like, oh, I want to go interview George Clooney, which, hey, I don't blame him. I want to interview him too. But like the fact that you're into independent film and that you're really into people who are just starting out, I love that. I think that's really cool. And I think that the film world's lucky to have you
Uh,
because it's like, no, I'm serious. I had a production meeting with Mike last week about our next short film. And the whole reason was because I called him up and said, oh my God, you're not going to believe I ran into Tom Hallam. And there's this guy on the East Coast. I don't even know how he found Frog, but he did, blah, blah, blah. And then it got the ball rolling. And I really hadn't done anything or looked anything in a year and a half, 2 years, you know? And so I hope that you know that you're an inspiration and I'm not blowing grass. I don't do that shit. Like I am dead serious. Like, because just to have somebody come around and be interested in what you're doing, then it makes you kind of like it reignites something in you. And you're like, oh yeah. And I went back and watched Frog. And then I looked at these other scripts that I had that I was thinking about doing. And I called Mike up and because it just, I think like artists, we get by on crumbs so much, right? Like you do something and then nothing happens for a long time and you start to kind of lose your spark and then you get a little crumb, right? And something happens and then like it wakes you up again and then you're re-inspired and reinvigorated and then that carries you through. You know what I mean? And I know that I wasn't working on anything or doing anything. And now I have two different, one, I'm kind of revisiting the Redbud script and trying to figure out those last few pages. But also I'm like, hey, Mike, look, I don't have the money for a feature, but hey, let's do another short. And he's on board with it, And I really appreciate that about you because I got the ball rolling again on a couple of things because you reached out to me. And I just really appreciate it. Because just to have somebody out of the blue who you've never met, like, hey, I'm a fan of your work. It kind of makes you like, well, shit, I better get back to work,
Yeah. I appreciate you saying the kind words, and it's so funny you said about inspiration because I had a friend of mine text me a while, not too long ago, actually, a good friend of mine. Shout out to my friend Brandon, who said I hate talking like this because I actually don't feel comfortable doing this here, but I want to share with you because you said something that um, I think it's very nice of you to say, which is that he said the exact same thing too. I don't feel like an inspiration to anybody at all whatsoever because I feel like what I'm doing is going up against the grain, if you will, where people are, when I should have said before, when people ask me, who have you interviewed? I thought I've interviewed, this director, this writer, they've done these films. And in their perspective is like, you mean that guy that was in the one scene? Yeah, but he's also done other things as well too. He's done this stuff. This is an amazing movie. He's been in the film, maybe not too so great, but he's amazing. Like that to me is really important. And in their reactions, more or less like, oh, okay, it's nice, that. And I'm like, man, you are missing the bigger picture because I'm telling you, these guys do succeed in this career. I'm not talking about fame and glory because I don't care about that. I don't. I care about the opportunities that are presented to them that they can take on and do bigger and better things so long as they stay true to themselves. That to me is more important than the money that comes with that stuff because at the end of the day, if that's what the goal was in mind, then I have no interest in wanting to speak to the person because that's not my
right?
my thought process here. So I really do mean when I say that I really would like for you to get this film made, and among all the other scripts you have or you have working on here, because I truly do believe in your story. I truly do believe that you have something really, really. It's going to sound cliche, but I'm going to say it. But you have something really special, and I think that if given the opportunity with the right people and having the right people behind your project to share this story, I think you can make a wonderful film that I think a lot of people will take notice and see what you've done, which is why it surprises me that with when this festival run you've had with Frog, why I never went past that. And I remember telling Tom, I was like, this is an incredible story. What happened? And he was like, I don't know. It's kind of his reaction. I was like, man, it's amazing that no one else knows about this stuff, because this is like the just the icing on the cake for something that's even bigger, that we could that the world should be able to see one day. And but yeah, I'm kind of going off on a tangent because I'm like, I guess I'm a little speechless about it. I'm trying to avoid the having to react to the nice things you're saying here, but I do want to
You
thank you for giving me your
what
time here though.
because you know what? Whether or not you think you're an inspiration, like I'm literally telling you, I was doing nothing and I ran into Tom when I was bartending and he told me about you. And I have since that call, or since I ran into him and you and I got in touch,
Yeah.
I have had a production meeting with Mike. I have another one scheduled for next week. And literally it's because you showed interest in my work
Mm.
and me want to revisit it and keep working on it. And so I know it's hard to, I get it when people fuss over you and give you a lot of credit, even where it's due, it can be awkward, but you
Yeah.
really deserve it.
Well, I
You
appreciate that.
do, and I really appreciate it because I'm thrilled for the things I'm working on, and I'm glad somebody woke my ass up and got me back to working on it.
Well, I'm glad that you're going back at it again, because I honestly am very curious to see what the next project is going to be that you're working on here, because I trust that, given the time you have stepped away from here, that there's this new this new shot of life is kind of get back into here that I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I expect nothing but greatness out of it. So what I believe. So that's
Thank
me giving you your flowers here, because I truly do believe you deserve it, and I see nothing but great things coming out of with what you're going to be working here. That I hope that people will take notice here and give you the time of the day to check out the films and respond to it, and hopefully give you more opportunities to be able to tell more wonderful stories that I've come across here that I think are just the tip of the iceberg in my opinion. So that's going to
I
be
hope,
me giving you flowers here.
thank you. I hope so.